All right, what's up, team? How we doing? It is Slow, and we have some issues with the Google or YouTube today. So sorry if the stream is out or down. Very slow today. Very, very slow. Not a lot going on right now. Very slow. Pretty much going to be looking at previous runners here. SOC, MGRT, DJT, AZI. All right. Yeah. I miss the DWAC days. I don't really care for DJT. It just doesn't move enough, honestly, for me. It's not bad. You know, it had a couple of decent plays yesterday, but it just doesn't move a lot for me. Not enough. I miss the DWAC days, that's for sure. 950 for SOC is going to be huge. Hang on. And then we got, let's go here real quickly. All right, time to get the levels out. Time to get the levels out. Art is absolutely slow here, and probably the slowest morning, in my opinion, we've seen in weeks, and if not months. That's right. It's been the slowest morning I've seen in a very long time. And we talked about this, of course. I told you guys most likely it was going to slow down even more so as we move into Christmas. And then here we are. And I talked about this yesterday on the live stream and, of course, on the TTP live stream, that tomorrow most likely is going to be dead. We're looking at previous runners, essentially. We have one new mover in AZI, and that's it. Otherwise, we're looking at some previous runners and see if those can get going. Let's go. All right, number one mover this morning is AZI. We are in an uptrend channel with the 220 top of the channel resistance. Trying to hold old resistance, new support at 205 area. Under 205, watch for a crack back down to around 190 to 185. And under that, then we have support at the lower part of the uptrend channel around 175 into 170. Most likely stays choppy and in this channel for now. Now over 220, next level up for AZI is a previous runner we've been looking at here, right? So I say it's a new runner today, but we've been looking at AZI or kind of over the last few days. We do have resistance at 225. Over that, watch for a pop up to 250. Over 250 to 285 for AZI. Over to DJT, slow and steady mover from yesterday. Got a decent sized pre-market. Like I told you, in market, it's probably not going to do too much. And I feel today the same thing is, again, going to happen with DJT. Over 1565 area, pre-market high. Watch for a spike today. Making sure I get this right. We do have some past chart history hard, strong into 16. Over 16, even into 16.15. So I'm not a big fan of this to the long side today. Over 16.15, watch for a move up to around 16.35, and then over that for a move up to 16.50 to 16.60. Over that, could see a move up to 16.85. So you get my point. There's just not a lot of good movement on the way up today. Yesterday didn't really have a lot of chart to hold it down. Once you cleared over 12, and that's why the pre-market was so nice and you got to move up, there wasn't a lot of charting. Now we're running into a lot of charting of resistance. On the way down for DJT, we're going to have some support. Ooh, this is all over the place. The best support's down around 1475, pre-market low. Under that, watch for a move down to around 1450. Under 1450 down to around 1435. And the best support's down around 1385. All right, over to SOC, SOC. Huge resistance wall at 950. After hours high on Wednesday, yesterday's high of day. So that 950 area is going to be key. If we get over 950 for SOC, watch for a move to 10. We do have some room to run here. 10 to 1020. Over 10 to 1020 area, watch for a move to 1120, 1130. Then over that to around 1220. I think I talked about this yesterday with SOC. If SOC can get over that 950 area, she's got some room to run. Now down below, best support is right around 8. 8 in around the 870 or 880, or my bad, 8 into 780. 8 into 780 is the best support. Another play to keep your eye on is MGRT. MGRT. The breakout point for me, first off, is 850, and over that, watch for a move to around 960 to 10. Over 10's the key. That's where we really get to popping and rocking. 1040. Then up to 1150. This play could really get going if it moves over 10. We saw this big time move on Wednesday. I say big time, but it was our bigger mover of the week. Down below, major support right around 7. 7's the dip. The breakout's going to be a move over 850, 875 roll into 10. And then 10 is going to be the gatekeeper, the key holder, so to speak, for the bigger move today. What's up, Paula? How we doing? Petey. Hey, Peter, you're dreaming. You're dreaming, buddy. All right. I was talking on the Discord there about no dual stream Friday today. Just really no one was around for the most part today to really do one. Unfortunately, I probably could have gotten someone back on that I've done one in the past, like, Caesar, J-Trades, or something like that. But yeah, just today, going to keep it easy. Super slow. That's all I sent on the Discord. Last Friday, I had 2 of them. Had me every day going over stuff. You got CR training this week. Got a lot of stuff for you guys to take in. A lot of information to take in. So another reason why I just didn't want to push one today. All right. Other one to keep your eye on today is, of course, AFJK went on a crazy run yesterday during lunch hours into power hour, and then power hour had a big sell-off, but did go from around 30 up to 80. So this will be on watch today. Resistance levels on the way up. We're at one right now right around 50. It's trying to get through that. Over 50, watch for move up to 53.50. 53.75. Over that, watch for a spike up to 60. Over 60, we go to 65. Over 65, it just kind of keeps going up in $5 increments, 70, 75, 80, etc. Now on the way down, to me, the key to hold is going to be right around 40. Actually, I'm going to go with right around 43. 43, 42 area. 43 to 42 area. After hours, pretty much support. Pre-market low area. That's got to hold. AFJK if we're going to get a spike today. And just like I said yesterday, other previous runners, just keep them on watch. Who knows if you get one to pop up today? We might. We may not. So keep your eye on that for AFJK. Other runners, MGRT, SOC, previous runners that I haven't even brought up today. That's where I feel we're going to be at today. Very, very, very slow. And if we get a move, it's a random previous runner. Or a random runner. Boy, we were slow, huh? What all do I have here? I got the SPY. All right. Ooh, yowza, Apple's ugly. Absolutely ugly. Here we go. Oh, I put those in and SPY goes away. Pretty ugly out there in large caps, honestly. You can see yesterday we were all over the place yesterday, and it's one of those days where I really just don't want to give levels on SPY. That was ridiculous to see yesterday. It was nice to start the day. Of course, if you're watching the TTP live stream, made that W shape, went up to new high, made the bull flag, and then it was just down, up, down, up, down. Seesaw action, very ugly. Today for levels, I'll give them 675 or 674.80 support. Under 674.80, we go to 674. Pre-market low, after hours low. Under that, down to 673.20. 673.20 area. That'll be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 673.20 goes down to 672.20. Then under that, down to 671.20. 671.20 to 671. After hours lows on Wednesday, ultimate low of day. On the way up today, major resistance there at pre-market high, right around 277. Or 677. Over 677, watch for move up to 678.50. 678.75 roll. That'll be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back to yesterday's high area, right around 680.50. That was my ultimate high of day yesterday. And I was all over it. I nailed yesterday's Ultimate Hive Day on the dot. It's my Ultimate Hive Day again today. Awesome, T-Web. Good morning, boss. Did you book a package already, boss? See, I've been away due to corporate training. I think you said that you had some work going on. You said you'll schedule some one-on-ones with me after Christmas. Did you already book a package? Oh, I am today. Cool. And yeah, here's that link out there again for you guys. If you haven't, of course, I've been talking about this for a while now. My website, my holiday BOGO sale still going on for you guys. So take advantage of the BOGO sale. Got your bonus. Well, take advantage, my man. Good. Congratulations. Worked your ass off, right? Worked your ass off. Now let's invest in yourself, my man. Let's invest in yourself. So again, buy the live stream. You get 30 one-on-ones. Buy the live stream for a month, test me out. You get the morning alerts for that month, and you get one-on-one. If you get 6 months of the live stream, you're getting 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. If you get the yearly live stream with me, I'm throwing in 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. This is by far the best package of them all. You get 1 year of live stream and morning alerts, plus 2 months off from paying monthly here, so that's saving you 200 buckaroonies. Then you're getting the 875 pack, the 23 pack here for free. That's 23 one-on-ones and a year's worth of live stream and morning alerts. Buy the 4-pack, get 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. Buy the 6-pack, get 2 months of the live stream and 2 months of the morning alerts, right? We get the theme here. Get the 12-pack, get 3 months of the live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts, or get the 23-pack and get half year, 6 months of the live stream and the morning alerts. It's a good deal, right? You get this, $875, plus you get 6 months of the live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts for free. But for only $125 more, you get a full year of the live stream and the morning alerts, plus this 23-pack. So whatever you book, you're going to get the morning alerts with me, and you're going to get a one-on-one with me. So take advantage of the sale. You have any questions about that, let me know. I'll talk about it again later. All right, we have Apple. Absolutely ugly here. Ugly. Now, the only thing I would say for Apple is under 270 for the short. Under 270 for the short. For the move down to 269.40. 50, 60 area. So 269.50. Under that, we can then go down to 268.75. 268.75, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 268 below that. Then down to 267, and yesterday's low of day is your ultimate low of day. That's the only thing I like to the top side. You can see here recently, when we go up, we don't stay up for long, and we're coming right back down. AMD pretty ugly here too as well. Not a lot I like on AMD, so just be careful day trading this. Over 204.30, watch for a spike up to 205, and over 205 we go to yesterday's high of day and 206. 206 normal high of day, ultimate high of day. Then we start to get into some past chart history charting that's not that great, but watch for a move up over 206 to 206.50, then over that to 207.20 area. I'm going to go 207.20 ultimate high of day. Down below here, watch for a bounce down around 201. Well, no, this is hard. I would say the best area for support starts to come in between 201 to 200. You can see yesterday and after hours, you can see yesterday in market, there wasn't a clean bounce. Most of the bounces, some came at 201, I should say, but most of them came a little bit below, right around 201.50, 201.80, 201.30 area. That's going to be your major support between 201 to 200, and that'll be your normal low of day, like it was yesterday. Ultimate low of day, watch for the move down through 190.70, which is going to be key, or 199.70. Under 199.70, watch for the move down to 198.75 for your ultimate low of day. Over to Amazon, I'll just kind of go through the gambit here today. Not a big fan of it either. It's really trapped up in my opinion, so not a big fan of Amazon. It is tight this morning, so watch for a pop over 228.20 for the move into yesterday's high of day, right around 229.20. So about $1 pop there. Over 229.20, watch for a pop up to 230.35. And over that, then you go to 231. This play has been a little bit chopped up in a channel a little bit more so, and not days that are that big. So I'm going to go 231 normal high of day, ultimate high of day 232. On the way down today, back under 227. Watch for the move down to 226.40, and under that, then we go down to 225.75 to 225.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 224.60, and under 224.60, watch for a move down to around 223.50. 223.50, ultimate low of day. Baba, leave this alone. It's chopped out in the channel to the right. 145, 146 bottoms. The top's right around 151 to around 150, 150. Once it breaks out of that, go long. Once it cracks below the area I just gave, go short. Other than that, don't trade it. B continuing its nasty descent back on down, still saying sideways though. On the way up, we do have some 83.50 resistance over that. Watch for a pop into 84.25 and over that to 85.25. 85.25, yesterday's high of day, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 86.50. On the way down, support's going to be at 80.25. Under that, then we crack down to yesterday's low in market right around 79 to 78.75 roll. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 77.50. And under that, then down to 75 or 76. 76 to 75.70. Wednesday's low of day. Ultimate low of day. I will say though, if B cracks under 75.70, we know we're going to get another good move down, probably to 73.50, and one more extra little leg down there. So watch and keep an eye on that. Under Wednesday's low, this play could get more dumpage. Working our way here through today's tickers, and let's go to Google now. Google back over after hours and pre-market high, 305.80 for the spike. Over 305.80 for Google here, leads it up to... oh, that's going to be some key resistance. Over that, then we move to 306.80. Over 306.80, watch for a spike up to 307.35. Over 307.35, then we go up to 308.20. 308.20, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes up to 309.50, close to 310. On the way down, major support's going to be at 302.70. Watch for a crack of that for a move down to around 301.20 to 301. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then cracks back down to 299.35. 299.35 ultimate low of day. If we do crack below that, watch for a move down to around 297. Over to Meta here, just like yesterday, had a decent size move up. We talked about that squeeze over 660, 660, 150, whatever it was, 662. Got that move at the opening bell all the way up to 670. Then it slammed right back on down. On the way up today, same resistance area, 67.50, and then over that, then to 60 or to 670. So 667.50 and then 670 resistance. 670 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to 675. On the way back on down, this thing likes to run in fives. Major support, though, is at 661.50. 661.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 661.50. Watch for move down to 657.80. And then below that, then down to 655. 655 to 654.30, ultimate low of day. Over to NVDA, one I'm usually never alerting, and I just can't. It's just ugly. Absolutely ugly sauce in NVDA. Over 177, watch for a pop up to 177.60. Then over that to around 178.30 to 178.50. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 178.50. Watch for move to 179. And over that to 179.70. 179.70 to 180. Ultimate high of day. On the way down, got a support being built in right around 175.50 into 175. Watch us crack that for a move down to 174.50, and under that down to 174 to 173.75. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day under 173.75. Watch for a crack down to 172.50 for your ultimate low of day. Over to PLTR, wowzers. I think I did talk about this yesterday, being trapped in a channel sideways, and we are. 177 area bottom, 189 area tops. Now watch for that breakout over 189 for the move up to around 190 to 190.20. That's going to be key. Over 190.20, this then has room to 193, but the key is first over 187.50. And you're going to have some strong resistance into 189. If we do get over 189, we go to 190 to 190.20, and then could possibly get to 193 to 193.20. Only way I like this is to the top side today. Yowza. Over to the Qs here. A lot like the SPY. Of course, here, pretty much most days it looks just like it. Over 612.85 is the key. Over 612.85 area. Watch for a spike up to around 614.50 to 614.75. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes to around 617.50 to 617.75 for your ultimate high of day. On the way down, under 610, watch for a crack to 609. Under 609, we go to 607.65. 607.65, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 607. And then down below that, down to around 605.50 for your ultimate low of day. And lastly here, Tesla. Just not going to make that move up over 500, I guess, yet. Not just yet. It's trying, though. Big up on Monday and Tuesday, down on Wednesday, up again Thursday. So we're just in a channel. Bottom's right around 465, top's right around 490 or so. Could still get it possibly today. I just don't think it's happening today. Over 490, which is going to be key. 490 to around 490.150. Strong resistance there, and that was my normal high of day. We'll call it 490.75 area to 490.150, normal high of day. The high from Thursday, the high from Tuesday, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day is the high from Wednesday, and it's the day that crashed. 495 to 496, the high from pre-market, the high of day in market Wednesday, your ultimate high of day. Right around 495 to 496. We clear that, you know it's going to be a magnet probably to 500. On the way down today, support. I like and I know it's going down to my normal low of day immediately, but watch a crack of, we'll start with this. 486 cracks. Watch for a move down under 486, down to around 482.50 to 481, or 482. 482.50 to 480, 482.50 to 482, normal low of day. That's the high from Monday. Real strong resistance from Tuesday before we broke out. And the bounce play right at closing bell yesterday. Under 482, watch for a crack back down to 478.75. And then below that down to 475 for your ultimate low of day. Almost down to yesterday's low area, essentially. Well, most of the plays it seems like I like today would be the breakout, whether it's Tesla for the move back up through 491 to 490, 491.75 to 492.50 for the move up. I like PLTR for the squeeze too as well if we can get through the 189, then the 191 market, etc. Meta, if we can get through the 670 mark, which we're already kind of popping up this morning already into that space. Those are going to be my favorite movers, plays that can possibly move to the top side. I don't have a play really that I'm in love with to the bottom side today. Now, besides like a B or an AMD, stocks that haven't been in this area for a while, but we have to go down first before we get through the crack area. So, AMD's got a while before it gets to 197.50 and really, gets to cracking away. Same with B. B's at 81.30, but 75, 76 is the crack zone, right? That may not happen today, but keep your eye on those tickers and like what I'm saying, because that's what I love to trade. Stocks that haven't been in an area for a while. That's why Wednesday B had the big reversal. Of course, I think the whole market did, but that's why that also had a good chance to continue down, because there was just no chart to hold it up. So keep your eye on those tickers. May not happen today, could happen next week. But again, right at the bell, there's nothing to trade right now at the bell for large caps. Again, we've been in this trend for a while. We're right at the bell. It's hodgepodge. One play could go flying up, one play's down, one play's flying up, and it's coming back down. One play's flying down, then it's coming back on up. That's why I just haven't been trading the opening bell most days over the past few months. Small caps, the only thing we're seeing right now, same thing I talked about earlier. AZI slowly moving up here over the uptrend channel now. Since I've last talked to you about AZI, it's gone from around 815 to 835. We're not really moving a lot. AZI is just not moving. Not trading small caps today, most likely at all. I don't see anything I like. I'll give it usually 25, 30 minutes after the opening bell to see if we see anything. But right now, what we're seeing in pre-market, I'm not trading AZI. I'm not trading DJT. Most likely not trading MGRT. The only one I would trade is SOC. SOC over that 950 area I like, and that's the only ticker I like this morning is SOC. All right, IWM. IWM. Ugly. Absolutely. This is atrocious. This is hilarious. This is terrible. On the way up today, we have 490.80 area resistance. Over 490.80, do we stop at 249.80, 249.80? Do we stop at 250.20? Maybe. Do we stop here at 250.60? I like it more. Over 250.60, watch for a move up to around 251.25. And of course, the key would be getting back up to then 251.75 into this 252.20 mark. 252.20 super strong. On the way down today, major support at 248.25. If it cracks that, watch for a move down to this 247 to 246.70 corridor. In my opinion, this thing stays trapped. Out of drawing. Right here. There's your channel. I bet we stay trapped in this today, in my opinion. Whoops. Dang it. Oh, well. Too high, too low, but whatever. That channel, I bet we stay in today. I bet we stay right here. No higher than 252. No lower than 247, and we're just right here. And then this may even get tighter and tighter and tighter, then finally gets that downtrend break or the crack back on down. Very ugly, tight chart. You don't usually typically want to trade day charts that look like this, unless, again, you're shorting the top. You're shorting the top, shorting the top, shorting the top, getting bounces back down here. That's the only place to trade, in my opinion. If you're trading in the middle of that, it's not good. Or you be like me and just wait for the day it breaks out of this top resistance area, and this is your trade. Then you get a bounce back off of it. There's your second trade, and then it moves up for more. So trade 1 for me would be the breakout. Trade 2 for me is the dip buy, right? And look how, like I always talk about, dip buys are the best. Dip buys are by far the best way to trade. Dip buy is it's not even close in my opinion. Dip buys is probably the easiest, safest, most profitable way to trade in stock trading. It's not even a question in my opinion, right? And then you got more, almost came down, almost got more dips of it. But then the next best trade is what? The crack of it. So when you crack back through this area, we come down, we crack, come back up, almost test it again right here, and then come down for more. So trade 1 would be breaking the channel, bouncing on the channel, cracking the channel. So same thing here. Break of the channel, bounce on the channel, right? That's what I'm be looking for on IWM. Otherwise, I'm not trading that. Dip buy on AZI around 2 to 210. Or are you sure? I'm not trading it. I'll just tell you now, Paula. This isn't a chart I like to trade. It's too slow for me, Paula. It is too slow for me. Too slow for me. Not trading this ticker. Not trading this ticker. Just letting you know right now. Not trading it. Don't like it. Not a fan of it. Now, potentially, which I would love to see, is a bounce play form, but I'm not even seeing a real good bounce play form. You know, if I'm going to take a bounce play, though, Paula, it's around this VWAP area, where we've already seen consolidation, this old resistance area that's become new support. So right around 2 to around 205 is where I would put orders in at for sure. So 2 to 205. But yeah, this isn't building up a clear-cut bounce area for me, Paula, at all. Not even close. You know, you would want fail it. We kind of do have it here at 2, but it's already happened, right? So I don't mind it, but I mean, we just haven't moved a lot. And it just isn't that pretty in my opinion. Just what I like to see in my eyes is not pretty. It just isn't. You know, of course, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Maybe pretty to someone else out there. To me, that is just, I'm getting rid of that toy. Someone else can play with that toy. I'm done playing with it. Someone else is like, oh, I'll take that toy. I want to play with it. I'm like, you go right on ahead, buddy. Buddy, you go right on ahead. All right, I'm going to take my quick little break. I'll be back here at the opening bell for live trading. Hopefully we get a trade in today. What is up? How is everybody doing? How you doing? See, and now like today I feel like I'm going really strong. Well, my audio. Hopefully King Lion, anyone from yesterday, the little talk we had about the audio. How's today sound? Are we good today? Everything sounded a little more matched up. There we go. I was like, where in the heck's the picture at? There we go. All right, cool. Everything's ready to rock and roll now. Hopefully everyone's having a good morning. I don't like anything in small caps today. And of course, unfortunately, at the bell here for large caps over the past few months has just been absolutely asinine in my opinion. Yeah, you're good. Yes, Paul. I was just making sure because yesterday we were having a talk about the intro thing, the transformer sound thing that I do where my logo comes sweeping in, that it's really freaking loud. And then when I come in, it's not as loud, so they're having like to adjust their audio, the level, their volume level, so to speak. Watching, out of the gate today, watching Meta and Tesla, just to see if we get the bigger movers, if anything, they do anything. AFJK, NRXS on this side. I've got MGRT on this side. SOX has already seen a sell-off. DJT a sell-off. AZI maybe. Today is going to be super duper slow in small caps. This is kind of one of those days I wish I would have had someone set up for a dual stream Friday because there's really nothing to trade and might as well just talk about something. But where did I leave my water at? Let me get my water. Son of a bitch. I got a fresh water and I left it out there. Hold on one sec, team. Alright, AZI. That's trying to do something right there. Small, little, decent-sized pop there from AZI. Still getting a little pop. Boy, DJT sell off big time. Alright. Oh, wow. AZI. Okay. Okay, AZI. Oh, okay. AZI going for the halt up here. Alright, AZI. What's the float on this? I didn't think it was that small. Oh, it is small. It is 2 mil. All right, so AZI halted up. Okay, you got to be shitting me. You got to be shitting me. AZI here halted up. We can look to go long here around the 235 to 220 area if we get a quick pullback. I don't know that we're going to run into like the PCSA from Wednesday and the crazy halts that we were getting. Okay, AZI, out of nowhere. I literally thought it was going to be 30 minutes after the opening bell. And AZI was going to be at like 215 still. Just like, hey, I thought AZI was going to do this. And then it would be like right here. And I'm like, wow, all right. So what are we going to trade? Well, we got AZI. And AZI is going to be the number one mover right now. I think Kevin was playing hooky yesterday, by the way, team. Kevin is live today. There's no way Kevin was sick yesterday if he's up and live today. I think he was playing hooky yesterday. He said he was supposedly sick. I was like, I think he was playing hooky. I think that something else was up and he just didn't want to go live yesterday. Or something else was going on. Like, hey, he's going live today. What the hell? He never goes live on Friday, really. Because I was going to go over to who's live today and what they were all looking at, see if anyone's looking at anything different and if we're missing any other top gainers. And I'm not seeing anything else pop up. No. Nothing right now besides AZI. AZI, and it's only up 40% or whatever. Oh, no, okay, 80%. Why? I hate Stocks Rocks that they include that from market open, I guess. Which does help out a little bit, I guess. I don't really know. I don't know why there's off. They're always off a little bit. But I like going to their chat and seeing some of their top traders and what they're looking at. We do have FJet halted up too as well. So I'm going to move MGRT since it's super slow. MGRT over here. And I'll move, since it's not doing anything, FJet. I will put over here, this is halted up right now. So FJet is halted up. I'm going back to yesterday, it's a new IPO play. This could start to get parabolic too as well. It's got 1150 resistance, possibly next. Possibly next 1150 area. Yeah, Paul, and if you want to go short, this is one we've looked at a couple of days ago, whatever, in pre-market or whatever, and even yesterday, right? Or not yesterday, a couple days ago, Wednesday. And this was a great short both times in pre-market. It was really funny what it did 2 days in a row, almost identical. There is that 285 mark up top, so 285 is key there for AZI. AZI, halted up there. I'm going to put limit orders back down here around the probably start around the 235 mark and head down to around the 217 mark. So 217 to 237 for AZI for the dip buy. Since DJT's fallen off, and I'm not a big fan of it anyway. AMCI is also popping up just a little bit here. This is one we've looked at a few times over the past few days, so I'll put AMCI on watch. It's trying to go a little something, something, something. I'm on like 18 different tickers here. All right. So I got my order set in there, team, for AZI. 217, 223, 227, and 235. So those are my orders set in there for AZI. Open at 285. Well, thank you, Ted. Thank you, Ted. We may go halt strategy and he goes up for more, which I don't want at all. I want a quick pullback, and hopefully we can get filled. I just don't think it's going to come down there, but we could wait for that regardless. You know, I'm gonna see it overall in the end, AZI, if this ends up. I want a quick pullback out of the gate. If we don't get it, then I've got to see if I'm like, oh, am I going to cancel my orders? Is this looking good for a bounce play? Oh, come on. That's a little too high of a gap up right there. Opens at 290. So let's just see how this moves around for now. She's a flying. Nice little move right there on AZI. Again, this is not that crazy PCSA type of mover, team. If you remember that on Wednesday, this isn't the gap or goers. This isn't that volatile. This isn't going to be that violent, in my opinion. It is a good mover, though, so far. And right now, it doesn't look like we're going to get filled down low, and I'm probably going to be canceling these orders or moving them up regardless. Waiting to see here where the bounce play is going to come at. To me, the best play as of right now would see, of course, building this overall range. The bottom most likely coming in here between 275 and 285. Waiting for this top to be formed. For its move up overall for AZI. And you can see here, the 20 mark's always typically going to get hit. This has no charting right here. This is just going to go this does have some room to run now. There's that 320 resistance from past chart history. It has nothing up to around 4. So this is actually getting some mob, getting some love right now. And to see how this acts in this area. This 380 area, 375 area is going to be the key for me. F-Jet just got demolished. I'm still going to leave my orders down here on the trend, the VWAP area for now. You never know. You could get the rug pull. We saw it yesterday on... What did we bounce trade yesterday? That was good. Gee golly, all the plays here recently. It's hard for me to start keeping up with all of them. But it reminds me of the bounce play that we took yesterday. I remember we had patience yesterday. Atha. I was like, I knew it started with an A. Atha. Atha was the great bounce play yesterday, if you remember us getting in on this one. Hopefully you took it with me. Ends up being, probably Well, the best bounce until the bottom bounce, low of day. That ends up being, yeah, this was the best bounce until this one down here. But it was nice, you know. I was trying to figure out where in this area to get filled. I had a fill in the sandwich area down below, and I wish I would have put more orders down there. A little, I guess, more but higher, but that's the thing. It didn't hit. I had one at 7:17 and one at 7:11. And it hit 7:15, so it sucks. And we've seen that on Trade the Pool. I know a lot of you have seen our trader not get filled up top. It's the same thing because it happens so quick down low. And I had two fill me at 7:26. I didn't even have 7:26 as a fill. I was like, what? I was like, that wasn't where I wanted to get filled at 7:26. I was like, I'm glad you grabbed 500 extra shares there at 7:26. But anywho. Anyway, so that would have been, if that would have gotten me filled to 1250 shares, I would have been able to hold on longer and held an extra 250 up to this red line that I had in for the resistance for us to take the profit. Still was a good bounce play yesterday, and that's what I'm waiting for today. That was about 30 minutes after the opening bell. It came down to our area. We got filled. I'm going to still do that for now. I'm going to see if this area holds up, and the only way I would trade this area would be if it bounces off of 275 to 285 and pushes back up to new high of day. And I mean, truly makes a new high at 233, 234. Then we can go, okay, then we can come back down here and trade it back up to the 220s. Minimum, 3, but probably back up to the 320s and then maybe get that move to 330 again. How about a bounce up? Yeah, no, Paul, I'd have to see it. They have to show me it's going to work. They're going to have to show me. They're again, like I've talked about. I don't know how often you're on the stream anymore. I think it's just maybe on the free Fridays. Want a Jerry Maguire t-shirt, and on the front it says "Show me the money," and on the back it's going to say "Show me the chart." Show me the chart. I'll show you the money. So, just waiting for it to show me the chart. This could be just like that play from last Friday in Zedge. You remember Zedge and that one play that Love Chip was breaking down. This is almost an exact, I think it's the exact, if I'm not mistaken, because my memory's stupid, I think this is the exact same price range in Zedge as last Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, it's 4s. It went to the 4s. Instead of the 3s, it was the 4s. Okay, cool. I knew it was like, moved up into an area, and then it was going just above it, and it was the 430, so I was $1 off. But this could be a lot like Zedge, right? So just waiting for the area to build up and let me know. Patience here. Right now, it's just building way too tight of a flag. And that's why I still trust the area back down below. Just because of this flag it's building. It's either going to probably get a good size pullback or it could definitely get a pop. Is anyone looking at it, or am I missing anything? That was that one quick pop there from AZI, and that was it. That's now we're sitting in the flag. I still like this area down here around 235 into the 220 area for the dip buy. This may squeeze and go for more. I will say this is at least building a good top shelf for a bounce play later on here possibly. The longer this builds up and then starts building up more and even to a 3-minute time frame, you can tell there. This is a nice flat top plat for this breaks out for more and goes to the next leg up. We know this does have some room up top. This doesn't have a lot of resistance over the last, couple of years behind it here now. This could move. Well, if it does, this is going to be a gorgeous bounce up. Do you see how flat that is? You don't have to worry about surrounding a certain area, a bigger area, so to speak. Any questions you guys have? SPY's getting a nice good pop here out of the gate. So SPY's getting a nice good squeeze. Good move up. So nice good spike there from the start on the SPY. Not really looking at too many large cap tickers as of right now. AFJK is not doing anything. Any of these other small cap tickers, of course, had a move this week. ATHA here. Of course, BABA's got a nice good pop there. But ABBA, now I'm combining tickers. ATHA, not really anything today. Could have maybe possibly, if you look back in time here, maybe it pops up again today. I forgot to bring that up in the morning alerts. It's not doing anything. FJet just up and then right back on down. Of course, did that yesterday. It's doing it in a micro version of it today of what it did yesterday, more of a macro, bigger version. You just name it across the board in these small caps. NAB was straight up and straight back on down today. MGRT is just not giving us anything or any love. Not that Zedge is going to do anything. That was brought up to whatever tickers. AMD popped 2 points. Nice little pop there from AMD. Yeah, getting some good moves here out of the gate. Hopefully you took advantage of that, bub. Hopefully you took advantage of that. Nice, good squeeze. Jeez, now overall about a $6 move from right there from pre-market spike upward. Nice, good move there from AMD. Did I have any news on it right there before the opening bell? What am I doing? Down there. There we go. Yeah, just price target for $2. So nothing really. Nothing directly, I don't think, here. Nice, good pop, though. So AMD, good move from large cap wise. See if there's something that can build up in a time frame here to actually get a trade on. Don't like Meta today so far. Apple, shocking, super tight and ugly. Google just recently can't figure itself out. NVDA, is it still... Oh, NVDA with the Ripper. With the Ripper-rooney. With the Ripper stanza Costanza. Nice there. What's PLTR trying to do? Okay, it's not bad. Not bad. So those are some of your better tickers in the Mag 7 area. NVDA and AMD. And good Lord, AMD is ripping right now. Absolutely ripping freaking the shorts' face off today. I'd hate to be in a put right now. It's just getting put in your face. This wedge is just... See what's happening? Do you see this? This is what I thought was going to happen down here. This is... Ooh, Two, I'm, Look at that chart again. Debating to take this or not take this down. VWAP's really moving up and out flat. I don't mind the one bounce below the VWAP. I'll let it matriculate out for a minute here. Damn, AMD though, that was a mover. So there's something I've missed. Anything else that I've missed here at all? Please let me know. Thank you again for joining out there. I know it is a slower day, Friday before Christmas. Hopefully you guys are having a good holiday season. Slowly but surely, and I should say fast and quickly approaching upon the 25th of this month. I don't even have a gift. I don't even think about it. I don't have a gift from my parents. I got to get my mom something. Shit. Me and Avery got to think about something. Luckily, that's where Amazon can come in places like that where there's really fast shipping. Damn. All right, here comes the pullback. Let's see how she acts in this 275 halt up area, 280 area. I still have my orders in down low. They're still in. Oh, God. AMD with the face ripper this morning. Gee golly. NVDA, good pop too. There goes PLTR. I know Aussie chicks right now. I don't know if she's probably still sleeping out on the West Coast, but boy, oh. Nice, good little downtrend, kind of squeeze break right there, moving back on up off the VWAP for PLTR. And key here, like I talked about to you guys, is that 191 mark. We, of course, if you listen to my morning alerts this morning, 191.20 area was going to be key. And if it gets through, or is it 190.20, right? No, 190.20, my bad if I can speak correctly here. The 190.20 area, what's high of day so far? High of day is 191. So if it can stay over last Wednesday, not a couple of Wednesdays. I guess Wednesday before last is the correct way to word that. If we can stay at 190 and above here for PLTR, I think a lot of that may come with what AMD and NVIDIA do. You know, sometimes these plays kind of start running hand in hand together. All right, so far, small bounce here. Nice so far. Bounce off. That's why I brought up the 280 area for the bounce play. Halt strategy working out here. So now this is what I'm talking about. Let's see if this works its way back up to 330s. If that's the case, then we know we have the demand zone built in. We're good to go for the bounce play. Any questions you guys have? This is what I'm every day what I'm doing here, especially recently. It's not firing away the cannons. Sitting back, trying to find one play with you guys to be able to take a good, solid trade on. Not missing anything really. We got RZLV's moving and Laser's moving for other ones. RZLV and Laser, other movers for the day. Man, it is slow. It's slow, slow, slow. Hopefully, guys, again, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Do not forget on Monday, it's probably going to be super slow again, I would imagine. I hope you guys have signed up for the Trading Prep live event for 2026. That's right. Get you ready for the new year. You get a starter kit for coming over. $2 million in prizes. Exclusive offers. Why is it exclusive? Because it's not going to be on YouTube. You have to register now. Register. Sign up. I just gave you the link. I will be there. A part of the big debate. Trading multiple assets versus one asset. I'm actually going to be multiple assets. I'm still trying to figure this out. This was not very well organized, at least in my opinion, in a way where I'm like, damn it, these guys should have been right on the dot. I'm just so OCD about everything I do and everything. I say OCD, but it's just like this everything's got to be planned to a dot, something like this. And I'm like, right out of the gate, it should have been, Josh will be discussing multiple assets. Christian will be discussing one. And then they send us like a template of what they want out of us, and I'm like, we were both, when we had our meeting on Wednesday, we're both like, what are we doing? Well, we know we're talking for an hour, but it's going to be great, obviously, because you're going to get that's essentially what you get on these Trader Live TV, Trader T, whatever that one is that there's a lot of people that watch it, but any of that on YouTube that you watch where it's people going live all day and there's different people talking about the stocks that that they're moving at hand and why, and of course then having discussions about, like you just saw, advanced AI tips and tools for better trading, and learning from the pro, scalping and buying the dip, unlock secrets of a successful trader, the trading multiple assets versus one, brokers versus prop firms, just and then helping you out with like a playbook of 2026 and what traders must know for the new year, and the Q&A to end it all. So get a lot of information from last Friday with which I'll get those edited here at lunch today with Love Chip and Adrian Manns. Last Friday, that was a double dual stream Friday, which was absolutely phenomenal. Double dual stream Friday. Great. I'll get those edited and out today. Well, I say out. I'll do one today. I'll do the Love Chip one today for you guys for sure. And then I'll do like the Adrian Manns one on next week into Christmas, and he'll help promote that too as well, which he said he would, which is awesome. Because he reached out like right after. I don't know if I told you guys that, but Friday, Adrian Manns last Friday reached out, wants to come back next month. Yeah, so that was huge. He was like, I loved it. Thanks a lot. Sorry for the internet issues. I was like, oh, it was on my end actually last Friday. But yeah, let me know when you get that out and edit it or post whatever if you do that. And if so, I'll help promote it and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, that was awesome. So definitely glad to connect with Adrian Manns. Again, if you don't know who that is, a big-time trader, has been doing it for a very long time. He's a doctor. He's got a lot of, background in this. He has, like, his own master class, like I do. He has one once a year, which he talked about. He didn't talk about how much it was. I looked at how much it was. $20,000 or $15,000, something like that. $20,000. I'm like, holy moly. So far, not a huge bounce. We're talking about 30 cents or so. I want this to new high of day. If it does not go to new high of day, I'm still going to leave my orders back down here at this 225 mark area, okay? If this goes to new high of day, then I'm going to come up here. Otherwise, this is too tight of a channel. The next time down, maybe a smaller bounce. We know how this works. Ends up forming a little bit of a downtrend, right? High or low pattern. A lower high pattern, right? The lower highs along the way. And then we come down, smaller bounce, only goes back up to 3, and then we crack down. This needs to shoot up to new high of day. Getting some sideways movement here. NVDA. Lunar was another one that popped up too. I saw that alerted there. Thank you, Moali. Good job there, bud. Starting to get that pop up at the bell. NVDA, AMD here. SPY. All these tickers that have popped up, they're all sitting out really now kind of to the right. Santa Rally coming Monday Trust. Oh yeah, Jess. You talk about for large caps, For large caps, you're talking about small caps ain't happening. Small caps, no. Large caps I can see happening, but small caps, oh no, hell no. We dead. We are dead as it gets. And if we are this dead on, today, every Monday after a dead Friday, it's just how it is, man. I've been doing this since 2017. I've been part of a small cap market every December since 2017. And this is just what happens. Has happened every year since 2022. Every year since 2022, this has happened in the small caps. Every year since 2022. I'll never forget. And I'll never forget the girl's name. I did one-on-ones with her. Her name was Melissa Piker. Or Melissa Pike. Or something like that. She was in Canada. I worked with a lot of people from Canada. And I'll never forget 2022. She was like, what did we do? Oh, actually, it started happening in 2021. Actually, because it was hot that year. And it started to die off into Christmas, and then because I remember what's going on in small caps? When are they coming back? Because in January of 2022 is when we got slow. Because remember 2022 is when Deck ran off the options because small caps really got slower. And I'll never forget her asking about why are they dead? When are they coming back? Why are they dead? When are they coming back? Why are they dead? When are they coming back? And I'm like, well, and so I'd noticed that in 2021, and then every 22, 23, 24, now 25, where I'm noticing this again, where we get this strength. As we typically try to, some Decembers have been this. I will say this: that 2 to 3 week stretch we had in December, we'll call it a 2.5 or so week stretch, 3 week stretch. Late, I guess you'd have to include the last week of November. Was the hottest stretch, in my opinion, that we've seen. Boy, you be careful right here. If you take this bounce play team, be careful. This was the hottest stretch in December we've seen probably since 21, because 21 was hot to start with, and then it just kind of died off right around Christmas. And then I'll say this throughout any holiday season, when you have a holiday coming up that's going to split some days off and you already know people are going to be traveling, especially like Christmas and Thanksgiving, and we saw this at Thanksgiving, when that Friday before Thanksgiving was probably not even this low. It was a little hotter than this. Monday was just wah, 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 wah. No one wants to come over after a long, because who's going to be the rat? Who's going to be the lab rat and go out and try to buy something and make it spike? You're right. Buyers move away. You go back and like we've talked about, and let's just go through some of these tickers, SMXs of the world, right? No, it's trying to pop up today. Okay. All right. Trying to come over here and do a little something, SMX. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll go back to that. Well, let's just go to the 15-minute time frame. I think that'll get most of these in here. But you go back to, let's just go back to the hourly and 20 day. So the move up, and now this is tried, but then it came down again. So maybe, right? And so let's go over to TGL. Dead. BTTC. Wow. I can't remember all the ticker. I know AMCI was one that kind of has been holding up, though. I will say that here recently. And here's what I meant by that second bounce, and hopefully you guys didn't take it. I still have my orders down here in this area for the best bounce play of the day. I can't remember all the tickers that have spiked this month. But when SMX, led the pack and then it really started to give back and had a second attempt and didn't go, that still could, has a chance and maybe can help maybe wake up the market just like it did back in November when we went on a spike right before Thanksgiving, which was this Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and then, of course, afterward, which was the Friday that was Black Friday. So, I said that last week. I don't know if you're on the live stream day in, day out, if this is the freebie where you join me. I called this out all week. I've called this out all week. If you're not on my live stream, I've called this out all week. Called it on the TTP stream too as well. That this is probably going to be just like, and I'm seeing this the week we were moving into Thanksgiving. We're dying off, moving into next week where people are going to be traveling, especially spending money for, obviously spending money to travel, but then the holiday season, that all, with Christmas, right? Whatever. And so it just happens. Traders don't want to come over on Monday and trade. I said if we're going to see a spike, it may be like the day before Christmas, just like it was the day before Thanksgiving, and we get a crazy mover. The only caveat to that, the day before Christmas is a half day, where I don't know why it's flip-flopped, and at Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, it's a full day. It's Black Friday. That's a half day. But still then, we had all day. So that helped SMX to have that all-day move is my point, and really spike the Wednesday before Christmas, or Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and then we came over that Friday of Black Friday, and it's even a half day. It still went off and had a pretty parabolic move. That's what but Monday, I promise you, Monday will be slow. But yeah, Monday just will be slow. If we are dead today and we don't get a good runner today at all, there's no one that's going to want to come over and trade. I've just noticed that throughout the years, especially on a Friday when a Friday's dead. And past, I will say like 2018, 2019, 2020. Oh God, yeah. I mean, a PR, because PRs used to mean something. We all know that. Deck in his little 3-star word too. That used to fucking actually mean something in every ticker. This has like, this has like a 3-star word, a 4-star word, and a 2-star word. It's like you're recruiting college football and basketball. It's like you're recruiting college athletes, right? They have that 3-star, 4-star, 5 stars are the highest you get. You used to get that, and they meant something, and now you get these PRs and they're duds, and so you can't rely on that anymore, which sucks. You have to rely on, is the mob going to get there? The mob is the main thing anymore. Are traders going to come over and buy this play? And when you don't get that, and you get plays that really give back gains, traders just don't want to trade. And then when you get like back to back in a few days here recently, like SPY's moving, NVDA's moving, AMD's moving. I got asked that yesterday on the TTP stream. Do you think a lot of this is because the large cap space has gotten more, because Steve, over there is more of their, like a lot of them, I'm their, their main small cap analyst. Like I'm like on the money show when I was there. Anything I do, I'm like their main guy, and which is, I'm honored. I feel like wow. I'm just, point being, they've said, I'm their small caps analyst guy. So if I can read small caps as well as they think they can, or I can, and they asked me, which, which is kind of one of those things, which is cool. Some people have reached out to them though to stream live, which I didn't know, like Kevin Avery's of the world and stuff. Made bank last year. Xmas. Yes. And there you go. See, that's it. See, I don't know what that mentality is, Jesse. I have no fucking idea. Like, hold on, let me let my dogs in. Come on, girls. I know. Come on. Tweenie. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have wore all gray today. I'm like in my gray jumpsuit over here. My Jordan shit. It's real comfortable though. I love my Jordan. But you don't love my Jordan. But that's it. I don't know what it is, Jesse. Watch. That's it though. Christmas Eve. Yeah, Christmas. I don't know why people want that holiday, that Christmas bonus money, so to speak. Probably everyone thinking, let's make. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes, exactly. They're like, I need. Yeah, and I've noticed that on New Year's Eve. Where on New Year's Eve you'll get the same thing, and then because that's what happened, I think in 2021. I know it did actually. I'll never forget this because we went to go visit Avery's parents. I went up there with Avery, blah, 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 and anyway, the trip. Came back, because I remember just though back then when I had to go live for Deck. I was like, I got to get back. I got to go live for Deck, And so we came back on a Friday, because Deck was going live up until a certain time. And then I was going to jump on right when I got back. And that was, anyway, that was like a Friday or something. But he's usually, like the holidays, he was out. Usually. And I remember going live for him like, Christmas Eve, well, not that year, or, New Year's Eve. And I remember doing that on New Year's Eve, because it was 2020. It was about to be 2022, and that's when I started the whole lunch stream every day. And we had a huge runner right there. I want to say New Year's Eve, but it was right there before the New Year, right? And it went crazy. And then we're okay, here we go. Here we go. And then this January was just dead. And it got more dead by the end of January. And that's when that's when that really kind of picked up with her going, what did it be? I'm like, I don't know. I can only give analogies of what I think, and I'm, using my gut, my instinct about the whole psychology of what traders are doing is pretty good. My carniness or whatever, Professor X, like I want to get to and say now more so because I'm trying to build an X-Men squad over here since I've been going live on my own, but have a good thought process of what other people are doing and thinking who they are, etc. And yeah, I can only give analogies. I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I did. Some days I feel like I do, and of course, in the call outs in the past, going back to like I talked about on the live stream yesterday, the SMCI call on Valentine's Day of 2024, right, last year. So on my morning alerts, that was one of my more infamous calls ever, where, hey guys, it's, and that's it was risky as can be, but it just shows you how like on Wednesday, I don't know if you're on the live stream, but Wednesday I traded PCSA, and that was, most traders would go, man, that's wow. Of course I talked about that on the live stream yesterday, but I traded this, on the halt up. I walked it through. And everyone and anyone that was on the live stream can tell you that. I'll definitely do a post, and I said, hey guys, before it was ever live, I said, where's the LULD? I know MN Trades or Ted Osborne. I know Ted, you remember, but I'm talking about this play here and saying if we get another good sized gap up, this one was 60 cents. If we see bigger than 60 cents, we're going to race into another gap up or another halt up and probably gap up pretty big again. Well, we did that. And I was saying, if we do, I'm getting in. That's the only way I trade this. Is if this gap's up even bigger than the last time and it's racing straight into another halt up, because I know we're going to get one more halt up and probably another gap up. And sure shit enough, it ran and I got in at 595 right as it was halting up. I was saying, okay, well, what's the LULD? Where's it going to open up? Where's it going to open up? And I was like, what I expect and anticipate, though, out of this is one more gap up. We race to 7 and halt up again. And what do you think we did? We raced to 7 and halted up again and then again. So we got 2 more halts up. This one was a little sketchy, but I was right, at least on my thought process, that we would gap up and run for 1 more halt up. And I was right. On the dot. Chef kisses on that. And I was in 500 shares. Not big, but still 500 shares. Boom, right? And that's 500 shares. It was like $600 just like that. And so it's just one of those things that I've seen so much, and we see it, and then you can eventually trade it, and it becomes more tradable, and then you just learn things, and like this, just how things move, and when they move, and just the analogy and psychology of, well, if it's dead today, Monday gonna be dead. But yeah, Wednesday, for whatever reason, it's kind of crazy too this year when that does line up, which does here and there, but Thanksgiving Thursday, we're off, right? Thursday, Christmas, Thursday, New Year's, so at least we know it's Thursdays this year. But yeah, Wednesday, the next 2 Wednesdays, keep your eyes open in between those 2 Wednesdays. This coming Wednesday, Christmas Eve, into Wednesday, New Year's Eve, all of you listening right now for small cap traders, that's when you have to have your ears perked. Not bad move there from SMX. The level 2 in the spread's got to be, pretty nasty bonkers there. About $2, and even then gets to $3. Yeah, watch out for that. I can just tell by the way this goes from 190s to 186. You can just tell by the way the separation of the candles here. That's scurry. This play's slowing down. I still have my orders in down low. I may go smaller shares now because this really isn't moving. Are we missing anything? It was the day before we've been saying, man, I hope these, oh yeah. So yeah, look between the next 2 Wednesdays. Anyone listening out there that's still sleeping possibly because how slow it is in small caps, next Wednesday to the following Wednesday, those are our days. Man, I hope these up and down movers come to an end. Yeah, for sure. Yep, 2. Oh, I feel you, Jesse. I feel you. I've been bitching about it for the longest time. I call it toilet seat material, seesaw actions, so to speak. That's what we've gotten a lot of. Whoosh, and then it's jish, and zhoosh, and jish, and it makes it a little bit harder to trade. A little bit harder to trade for sure. I love my staircases. Of course, if you get my post out there, hopefully you guys are following me on Instagram or on YouTube, which I'll put my links out there again for you guys. Hopefully you guys are following me. I'm posting a lot more recently and going to continue to do that. Just small lessons too. Sometimes I'll put some deeper ones in there. Trade the Pool wants me to continue to do that as well because they're going to start posting stuff. So follow me there, please. Just get some more followership going. I'd appreciate it. Subscribe. Turn the alerts on. But you can see here recently, got I'm trying to get some to have no views. But we have, we used to get, this just slowly got to put these videos out there. The more videos we put out there, essentially the more views are going to slowly but surely start getting. Just need to do this more and start helping you guys out. But there's a lot of information over here. I'll get back to the weekly previews too as well when there's a reason and a time to do them. Right now, and this is essentially what I see in the stock market for the week ahead, and especially for large caps. But it's been so choppy out to the right, there's not been a reason. I've been given the same levels almost over and over and over and over and over. And then for small caps, it pretty much, there's not, and so now that's why I've been doing a lot more of the lessons here recently for you guys, trying to keep up with that. And of course the interview, the stuff I do, around the horn, so to speak. So a lot of good information out there. Help yourself out to the freeness that is. And of course the BOGO sale. I know Tim said he's going to take advantage of this today. And I know of a few others that are around the Christmas time had a few at Thanksgiving and the carryover about a week or 2 after that. And then now it's about to pick up again. But again, I have the BOGO sale going on, which means you get my live stream. I'm throwing in the morning alerts for free for that month. You get both for a month. You pay for this, you get this for free, and a one-on-one for free. You get 6 months of the live streamed. That's 1 month off from paying monthly, so you save there. I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream, which then takes off 2 months from paying monthly, I'm throwing in 6 months of the morning alerts. So essentially, half the time you have something, or you'll have something with it. So if you have this for 6 months, half of the time you'll have this. If you have this for 12 months, half the time you'll have that, right? And throwing in the one-on-ones with it. So you get 6 one-on-ones with the yearly live stream. If you get with the yearly live stream, you get the yearly live stream and the yearly live morning alerts, which saves you 2 months here a piece, which is $200 in itself. I'm throwing in the 875 pack. That's right, 23. So you bump up. This is nice. You get 6 one-on-ones with me. You get 6 months of morning alerts. This 23 one-on-ones with me. That's a lot. If you get the 4-pack, you're getting 1 month of the stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. If you get the 6-pack, you're getting 2 months of the live stream, 2 months of the morning alerts. If you get the 12-pack, 3 months of each. And if you get the 23-pack, 6 months each. Sign up. You have through around New Year's. I'll keep this going for you. Never done this sale before. We'll never probably do it maybe till next year, but my prices will be more expensive. Not the live stream or the morning alerts. Those will probably stay the same. But, you know, my one-on-ones will go up. Those have been on, you know, sale for like essentially for a while now, since the summer. So, you know what? I'm just going to leave these to the end of the year, since I'm now on my own. You know, I'm not going to charge a lot for what I do for the time being, but those will go back to normal pricing. Well, those are all actually half off right now. So like my one-on-one packages are actually half off already. So we felt like oh yeah. Well, yeah, that was fun. You know, we had that for, and that carried over into October, slowly but surely, and then the end of October and the 1st of November, it just slowly kept going back, and then so just we're right back down into woo. Oh man. We need to book my one-on-one. I had to watch, I had one way back with you that I never used either. Oh, I got you. Was it a free one, Paxton, possibly? Yeah, I don't keep up with the freebies. I'm like, you better take advantage of it when you do, because I don't remember those. That's why I reach out to you right away and try to get them booked. We do have Lunar going to new high of day, so why AMD's out to the right stuck and PCSA is not doing much, we will go to Lunar here. Nice good squeeze here from Lunar, and I will be doing some giveaways next week. Lunar, not a bad bounce opportunity here too as well. 1330s into around the 1315 mark. So let's look at Lunar here for a possible bounce play as well. Mentally blocks freebies, yeah, right. Well, that's why I reach out right away. I'm always telling you guys, I have my list from the ones, you know, I'm like, hey, blah, blah. And like, Elisa had one, man, she's listening, but Elisa had one for the longest. There's some people that had them for the longest time. They just never use them. I'm like, you know, I'll reach out, and then I'll sometimes double reach out. I'll be like, hey, don't forget. Hey. I can only do this because I'm my own personal assistant. I know a lot of you guys, I don't know if you guys know that or not, but I'm the one keeping track of who's in the morning alerts and who's not. So I've got to add you and I've got to take you off. You know, even to the live stream, which the live stream eventually, again, which you don't know, the live stream will be on, is coming up soon. So I'm going to get the website going, team. So essentially all you're going to have to do is come over to primetradinginvestments.com, log in, and you will be at the website. And here's a little example of kind of what it'll look like, just like it does now. So I'll have, I'm going to get rid of Access Community up top, and you know, I may leave it there, but I want live to be the exact same thing, kind of lit up and goes red, you know, like that, but I want something around it. So you click it if you're already logged. Oh, that's right. I want this to be log in, not Access Community. I want this to be log in. Log in, live, testimonials, plans, and pricing. Of course, you have join community right there, so we can go to either plans and pricing or join community. Those would be ways that you can immediately buy services, or right down here, right? Pretty much looks just like my website right now, right? Got the scrolling pictures there. Got the stud muffin. Just kidding. Anyway, but this will be it. And then you just go to the live stream access, right? And then you go to the live stream. Well, that takes you there now, of course. That's how that's set up. But anywho, this will take you to the live stream. You click that and you're right on in. You've got the live stream on the left-hand side. The top will have I'm going to have it scrolling tickers to keep your eye on for the day, hot stocks for the day, hot large caps for the day, and kind of have like a rolling banner up top for you guys and have it going nice and slow. So essentially kind of like my pictures right here. The live stream, when you access the live stream, will be the live stream like right here, right? And then right up top will be a scrolling banner of what stocks to look for, etc. And of course, right beside the live stream was the chat. And then down below the chat will be a list of like maybe previous trades, previous alerts for the day that are more in depth, like, hey, you know, AMD, watch for the break of 152. I like it up to 154, you know, whatever, right? Or that's, wow, AMD to 150s. You guys are probably like, no, that's a pullback in the market. Anyway, but that, yeah, so this will be it, right? And so this will be where you guys go every day. So I'll still have to keep up with the morning alerts and who's in and who's out and adding you, but I won't have to with the live stream anymore, and you guys will just be able to come here and go there daily. All right, so I do like Lunar for a bounce play back around 1320s or so right now. Take a look at let's see, INFY. Let's go to the large cap. I'm probably going to, I'm getting close to canceling my orders there on, is this Infinity? No, I was like, what is this ticker? All right, whoa, yeah, wooza mousins. Okay, INFY. Where'd you come from, Teddy Roosevelt? All right, so we are up only 38% on the day, but dollar-wise, we're up around $6, $7, so you're a pretty nice, good move. Don't see an edge to this one really quite yet. Is this the first halt up? I'm thinking it is, if I'm not mistaken. Outperforms competitors. Okay. Don't really have news today, though. All right, whatever. I like this for a dip buy, but it's up to 26.50. I don't think we're going to come back down here to get a dip buy. We will continue to look at this. Halted up. Let's see here. Let's go to time and sales. We'll leave that right there. Boom. Halted up at 10 after and 26 seconds. 10 after and 26 seconds will come live here right now. If we're a 5-minute resumption, we are not a 5-minute resumption, so we're going to continue to say halted up. Anyone have the LUO? We okay? Whoa, 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 hey, watch out. Watch out, Jerry. Yeah, I'm not going to trade that. No offense. You have a freaking that big of a gap down, and it's rolling into another halt up right here. Whoa, watch out there. That one's fun. Got to be in it for 30 seconds, too, when it comes to trade the pool. That would be scary. Now, Thinkorswim wouldn't be bad. You could probably scout that a lot easier with the broker. Be careful. Whoa, come on, Lunar Express. Stop going. Gosh darn it. I do like Lunar still back down here if we get a pullback. I don't know that we're going to, but I do like Lunar at this 1330 to this 20 area, into around the 13, the same area for AZI, the 30 cent mark to the 17, the teens to the 30s, the teens to the 30s, something like that. Good alert there, Paula. Yeah, that's one I was not looking at for INFY. Good move there. I'll give AZI about another 15 minutes here, and if AZI, I'm done with it. I'm not going to, because it hasn't moved. Now, what's to say it's not going to maybe down there because it's a good demand zone, but what's to say it is, because it hasn't shown that it's done anything since that really weird halt up to start the morning out of nowhere. Had a quick gap and pushed to 320, and then it has really become a little more stalemate. And the best place since, which a little risky in my opinion, but still would have been your only trade, would have been that dip off the the support area right here. This would have been it. Which I don't know if you would have got filled, but I did mention 280. It hit 280 on the dot, and it went up. That would have been your only trade, in my opinion. Now it's failing in that area, right? Not much, though. I'll give it about 15, 20 more minutes. I'll go over a small little lesson to do today, team, as well. That I can then do just because I'm trying to get more and more posts out for you guys. So I'll do one about mentality, psychology, patience in the market. Just a quick little 3 to 5 minute banger. Waiting on Lunar Express here to come back down to the 1320s, maybe the 13 teens, somewhere in there. That's the only play I like right now besides AZI, AZI, and Lunar. AZI, Lunar. Any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? I am watching the large cap plays, but they haven't really done too much. A good spike at the bell there for SPY, AMD, a couple others, NVDA, right? But since then, really nothing too spectaculatos that I'm seeing here across the board from any of those movers. I am loaded up next week with you guys, big time. So don't forget, Monday, I am ready to rock and roll. We'll do a giveaway Monday. We're going to do a giveaway Monday. It's going to be free next week, too. If I'm streaming live next week, I'm going to be live into the new year for free. So don't forget that. Spread the word. I'll post out about it. Hopefully, maybe one day I want to get, up to about 300, 400, 500 viewers. I knew today was going to be slower. It's been slower. Hopefully next week we get a little hotter. Monday, don't forget about this as well. Don't forget about this as well. On Monday, 2 million in prizes. I don't know if you've heard about this. I've talked about it a lot, I know, but the Trading Prep 2026 Live Event. Please tell me you guys have signed up. Please tell me you guys have signed up. Please. Boom. Tell me you guys have signed up. $2 million in prizes. 2026 starter kit. 2 million in prizes. 2 mil. And I will be discussing. Of course, I'm going to be live on Monday here for free. I want you guys to join me for free. I will have a giveaway. Right around this time on Monday, I will be doing a giveaway for you guys. 2 on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday for Christmas Eve. All right, so I'll be giving away a total of 6 giveaways next week. 1 Monday, 2 Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday. Monday, please sign up. This is a huge day for you guys. We're talking major exclusive offers. I'm going to tell you on Monday what they are and tease it because they'll already have announced it. So when you join my live stream on Monday, I'll tell you exactly what their exclusive offer is that they're offering. If you think the Black Friday Cyber Monday sales 10-15% off was a lot, oh boy, we got a secret surprise for you on their evals. The Fivers are essentially kind of like their cousin sister company in a way-ish. You know, it's just the way they do the same thing we do. They're a lot like us. They have like 100. They have way more followers than we do though on social media. They have like over 100,000. Like I put out a video on Instagram and tagged them and then put it to their stories and they blah blah blah. They got like 7,000 views. Most of my stories usually, unless it hits that lotto ticket and gets to 7 to 10,000, which I get that from time to time, are like one or not one. They're about that's YouTube. YouTube's 1 to 300. I usually get on average. Mine on Instagram are about 300 to 700. And every once in a while I'll get into the like right around 1K. Then that boom, it's like 7,000 views. At Monday at last check, we had almost 6,000 people already signed up for this. And you have to sign up. This isn't on YouTube. This isn't going to be somewhere you can just kind of pop in out of nowhere. You have to register. It's like a webinar kind of thing. You'll get an email with the link to the webinar. I will be discussing there as well. 11:10 a.m. Eastern. 50 minutes from right now on Monday, I go live for an hour trading multiple assets versus one. I'll be talking about trading multiple assets in the small cap market. All right, so come join. This has got great knowledge, information, all day long live event, 2 million in prizes. All right, so sign up for that. I'll put the link out there for you if you have not already. I already did actually. Nice giveaways like Xmas or something. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. You know it. Exactly. Doing giveaways. They'll have giveaways. We got the giveaways coming. Speaking of giveaways, don't forget the BOGO sale. The BOGO sale. Take advantage of this. Take advantage. And there's my link to my website, primetradinginvestments.com. Again, morning alerts come with 1 month of the live stream. So if you want to test me out for a month, you get this for free also with it. In that same month, and you get one-on-one to come see me for going over your trades. Let's get you maybe locked in and ready for 2026. You want to try me out for 6 months? That saves you 1 month on the monthly, actually. So you save $70, but then I'm going to throw in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. You buy me for a year on the live stream. I'm throwing in 6 months of morning alerts and 23 one-on-ones. Or no, my bad. 6 one-on-ones. 6 one-on-ones. 6 one-on-ones. This is by far the best deal, live stream and morning alerts package, because you get those both for a year, saving you 2 months a piece on there. So that's $200 you save, not paying monthly. And I'm throwing in the 23 pack. So that's what most people are getting is this right here. You get the morning alerts, which are crazy. If you haven't heard the morning alerts before, I literally nailed the SPY. SPY yesterday, I said high of day would be 280 or 680.50 to 681. Go look at where SPY's high of day was yesterday. I'm telling you where to trade, what I like most, and then giving you levels as well. So you can just go trade. Like I have one guy which I've talked about, and I'm sure everyone here has seen this story yet. I would imagine by now. My boy Rick C. Right here that hit me up. That said learning how to trade the levels. He had the morning alerts. I think he had the live stream with me too as well. We're at TradeCaster. I don't know if he's had it here. I can't remember. Last March he signed up for the morning alerts a year and a half ago, and he actually took about 4 months of that off because last summer. So from March to last May, I forgot how much he made. That was a lot. 2-3, I forgot what it was. 200,000, that was a lot. He canceled the morning alerts late May and said, I'll be back. And he came back in August of last year. And he made enough money to go to Europe with his wife and his family. And they were in Europe all of the summer once their kids were out of school. Then he signed back up and banked continuously, I think till December, and they went on some trip in December to January. Maybe he never canceled. I can't remember. But regardless, I know he took 3 months off last summer. So it's 3 months he didn't have them, that he was in Europe. Regardless, he's signed up last March, had 3 months off for sure. So a total of less than 500 or 500ish or so investment so far, somewhere in there or less. $500 investment for Morning Alerts. Turned his 950K account into 4.3 mil, and his self-administered IRA even better, which he doesn't mention. So 4, 5, 6, 7 mil he made in less than 2 years, pretty much a little over a year. This year his win rate's 92%. Just trading my Morning Alert levels. Crazy, right? Absolutely nuts. And yeah, there's the boat. You can see, named it levels. Pretty dope, huh? That's why I'm trying to give you everything. And I've noticed I've been doing one-on-ones since 2021. And when traders do one-on-ones with me, and they actually do a lot of them, they come see me weekly. They have the live stream and they're seeing me daily and going over levels and what I like and what I don't like and the analogies and the psychology and all these different little mini lessons I'm always giving. And you have the morning alerts with all in one, you get it faster and quicker. And so that's why I'm trying to do everything I can to give you all of it. You know, this you'll have it the whole time. You'll have for me for a month, in the morning alerts for a month. And maybe you go, wow, I need more of that. Or you get 6 months of live stream, but you still get 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. Or you get a year with me and you get 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. Or the live, both for a year, and then you get 23 one-on-ones. 4-pack, that's 4-pack. You get, I'm going to throw 1 month in of the morning alerts in the live stream. The 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 months of the live stream in the morning alerts. The 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of the live stream in the morning alerts together. And the 23-pack, I'm throwing in a half year. 6 months of the live stream and 6 months of the morning alert. So whatever you book, you're going to get everything together. Should be calling this the group deal, the BOGO group deal, the Groupon deal. But take advantage. I'll have that running, like I said, through the new year. Well, I don't know if we're getting bounce plays today. This is crazy. Only crazy mover there is INFY. And then, of course, I'm not touching that play, but it's like, can you stay in it for 30 seconds to even get one move out of it? Oh, man. All right, we're going to go over the lesson here, it looks like here, team. Any of the questions you guys have, any stocks you want to go over? And this is just kind of just an overall, just a recording looking at the camera, maybe kind of showing the chart a little bit, but mostly just like, hey, guys. Any questions you guys have, anything you want to go over? Don't forget Monday. We will have giveaways. Not only from myself, but go over and sign up to that Trade the Pool Fivers New Year's 2026 Traders Live event. 2 million in giveaways. That's badass. I'll have a giveaway too as well that morning. Tuesday, come join me. I'm free next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I will be free heading into Christmas. All right. So come over next Monday through Wednesday. I've canceled. Well, I've actually still have them in on Paulo. I will say, I honestly still have them in. I was going to say, I canceled. I was like, I didn't cancel, but I'm about to. I'm about to cancel the AZI orders. I'm just hoping AZI, maybe here at this 30-minute mark, gets a big pullback, a big red candle back down into this VWAP area and then lower. And maybe it's just like yesterday where we barely get filled and we get a quick lower shadow. If we don't get it about the 30-minute mark, I'm going to cancel the orders. It is slow. But Sullivan and Paula. See if we get a pullback here coming up soon. Otherwise, I'm going to get into that quick little lesson, and then I'm going to call it for the morning and really just be done. There's just nothing really to trade here. Really slow, really slow, really slow. And I always kind of do that too. Go over to YouTube and see who all is streaming live for the day, and what people are doing, what they're looking at. And most usually, too, that are streaming live because it gets way more attention. They're trading large cap options. They're trading futures. They're not trading small caps. There's very, very little people trading small caps that get a lot of viewership, so to speak, in the small cap sector when it comes to, YouTube or whatever. Boy, look at INFY. Well, we did get a little bit of a candle like I talked about, Paula. Hey, AK's on it, but it's just not moving enough. I just don't think we're going to get down into that area and see a good bounce play. I'll give it a couple more minutes here. I'll give it maybe this candle, but there's that move, Paula, that I just was explaining. There was that move I was just explaining, Paula. That 30-minute mark, it just is always key in the small cap sector for a good-sized move. That's usually generally where we get a good volume burst an hour after the opening bell. So, 9:30, 10:30 Eastern time. Slowly it slows down 11:30, right? But then that's why Deck would always go live at 2:30 Eastern, because that's when it would kind of ramp back up again and kind of have a downtrend break. So 8:30, well, my time's 8:30. So 9:30 opening bell biggest. 10:30 right here, right? And then it just keeps going down, and then finally 2:30 Eastern, boom, a big boot, and it's like, the downtrend break, and just like that psychological thing you got to think about, which just takes me into the great lesson here of I'm canceling my orders, and let's just record my great lesson here. I say great, but this will be good information. Let's turn the hat around the right way. Let's get her looking good here. Let's get her looking good. All right, there we go. We need to shave. Josh needs to shave. Guys, don't tell me how bad I need to shave, because I do. I know. All right. All right, I want to get into this kind of mental, psychological lesson. Patience, discipline. A lot of traders need to work on this, in my opinion, early on. And earlier you can do this, the better. Even in your daily life. It's just an example. You're running a little late for work. Now all of a sudden there's traffic and there's a wreck. Well, you're already running late for work. So there's nothing you can already really do about it. So don't pressure and push yourself. And so when you're in that situation, calm, right? Woosah cap and, serenity now. Try to chill and relax, so to speak. You get to the drive-thru and you want your food right away, and then there's like 15 people and you're like, just sit in line, wait your turn, you'll get your food. Work on that day in, day out stuff. Even when you're at home, stuff I have to deal with my dogs and my pack, the wife, the kids, like, so to speak, with the dogs, and they're pooping, or they're just having one of those days, and they're just shitting around the house, or one of the dogs has the runs, and or they're peeing like the little dogs like to do every once in a while, and Mark spots them, and they're just having a pee day. Just relax. There's nothing you can do about it. You just clean up the mess and move on. That's going to happen again probably at some point in your life. So you have to relax and take that, what you do day in, day out with your normal life, into stock trading, waiting for plays to come to you. Patience. Waiting for a dip buy to form, waiting for the chart to form. Everyone wants to trade right now. You feel like as soon as you get to this office, your trading station, wherever it is, and some people even at work, you have to have that urge to trade. I'm like, you're at work. You should be worried about your job. And then you get to a point maybe in time in life that you can be able to really trade and hone in and do multiple things at once when it comes to stock trading and doing your job. That's one thing. But when you're at work, just look at the market. We don't need to force ourselves to trade. We can self-analyze and hold yourself accountable and go, you know what? Here's where I see a good breakout, or here's where I see a good dip buy. Here's where I see good resistance for a reversal, whatever it may be. And just test those trades out mentally, not really having to fully get in. I think every trader just feels like they have to be trading, especially right at the opening bell. Force yourself some days to come in after the opening bell, and be able to break down charting after the fact. You don't have to come in and be like, I've got to be there right there and there. Like I've told you guys, if you watch my charting lessons, which I've done here recently for you guys live, and now I've posted, is what? Chart ahead of time. Chart this afternoon. Chart early on in the morning. For the point being, at some point in time, if you do the charting, those levels will work themselves out. Definitely more so for large caps, in the mid cap sector. But small caps, we still see that working out where I'll have lines on certain trades and those are still working out 3, 4, 5, 15 days, 3 months, 6 months later. Just do that charting. That's the due diligence and the patience and discipline you should be doing more so early on than having to get trades in. Everyone wants to come in here and make money. This isn't about making money. The money will come. This is about creating a passion and a hobby that you love to do. Like I talked about yesterday in that awesome, quote essentially saying from Simon Pegg of, if you can get someone to pay you to do your hobby, that's the dream. Well, this is the dream. I'm living it, right? This is just a hobby for me. I'd be doing it regardless if it was for free or not. Like this is what I love to do. And so you have to understand that if this is something you love to do, you have a passion for it. Like I always kind of give people a hard time that meet and want to get married right away. 3 months in, 6 months in, have a kid. And sometimes that works out. But we just know logistically, and we know the numbers that if half the people in the United States, the only thing that's the numbers here, about half are getting divorced. Well, if you rush in, I wonder what those numbers are, right? I wonder if they're even lower, if there's a number or calculation, a study for that. So if you want to be and I've always said, hey, if you want to be married and we have eternity, baby, I love you forever. Well, if you have forever and you want to be with them to your dying day, what's the rush to get married and start a family? Let's spend some time together and have fun and travel and enjoy the life. Same thing with stock trading. If you're going to enjoy this journey and be in it for a long period of time, in my opinion, let's do the smart things at first. Let's move in and live together, right? Let's chart and journal. Let's go over and back test. And the main thing there is just going over what you're doing day in, day out. What's working, what's not working. What's not working and you have a low win percentage, you need to get rid of that. What is working, we need to work on that harder and focus in on that. Charting every single day. And I'll have the charting lessons out there of what you should be doing every single day. Taking 1 to 2 trades at most at first. Most days just soaking in and learning what looks best. What's starting to catch your eye. Like for me, bounce plays. Finding old resistance that's becoming new support. The staircasing stuff that I love, the lessons, you can go back on my YouTube and see what I love. And then on top of that, just the mental side of, you got to think about what traders just overall, like you can't be using just random moving averages or time frames. No one's using a 17-minute time frame. No one's using a 74-day moving average. Just like yesterday when I was talking with Steve on Trade the Pool, and most traders, it's the 8-9 area, 13 maybe for EMA, 21 EMA, 50, 100, maybe 200. And definitely the most favorite I'd notice is 9, 13, 21, 50, and 200. Those are the standard ones people are using. No one's using something called the DWAP. I don't know if there is something called the DWAP. They're using the VWAP, right? Understand what other people are doing and using and seeing that. The psychological mental side of what traders are trying to do, and even for your own self. The main thing about this will just be in having discipline and patience and building that in, carrying that over from your day-in-day life into the stock market, waiting for a chart to build for you, not rushing in every single day and feeling like you have to do something, and if you're not, you're missing out, because you're not. You're not missing anything. It's all right here in front of you. Don't think you're missing money. Again, this isn't about money. Money will come. This is about building a passion and a hobby that you love. That supposedly that's the reason why you are doing it, because you love it so much. You have such a passion for it. Well, if that's the case and you want to do this for such a long time, then do the due diligence. Do what you should be doing it first. Take your time. Take it slow. Chart. Journal. Figure out who you are going to become as a trader. Hopefully you get that, you understand it, and take this to heart. All right, any last questions you guys have? Paxton accidentally just made 405. Okay, love that. Let me just call it a day now. Yeah, there you go. Accidentally just made 405. What'd you accidentally make 405 on? What'd you make 405 on, brother? INFY short. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good job there, buddy. Good job there, buddy. That's awesome. There it is on the Discord now. Paying a little more attention to that today since it's slower out. Oh, yeah. Good job there, buddy. You got to, hey, take it while you get it. Take it while it's hot. Good job there, boss. All right, well, that's about it for me for the day, team. I'm going to call it just for now. I'll be back here in a little bit, but, just gives me a little chance just to relax for the day, just because it is slower. It'd be one thing if there was something for me to alert and, for you guys to take advantage of. The links are out there for what you should be taking advantage of, in my opinion, which would be, signing up for the Trade the Pool stream, all-day event come Friday, or Monday, come Monday. Again, that's all day long. I'll be live for free Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but that'll be definitely nice for you guys. $2 million in prizes. I've got about I got an hour-long presentation with another guy, debate. We'll be talking for a while. Agent's another weird runner right here, team. So here's another sketchy runner. I'm going to get rid of AZI. Agent, this is kind of wonky and wacky. INFY, so it's a wonky, wacky day. All right. Any questions you guys have? Any last questions? Paxton, Paula, Elise, Jesse. I know it's been pretty slow here today. Sorry. I can't really help that. J-Dubs from earlier, Ted from earlier, Get Rich Together. You guys earlier on this morning, King Line, etc. I'm sure a lot of people have probably already moved on. Hamilton that were here earlier on in the morning. I told you though this week. Talked about it. I'm glad we had PCSA on Wednesday. PCSA on Wednesday. Again, if you took it with me, I know that was a little risky biscuits. Atha was good yesterday. So we've had two really good plays. One was more of a breakout, and then we had a bounce play on PCSA, and that was more volatile, and that was great to take advantage of. Atha was good yesterday. Another good bounce play opportunity. Today, I liked AZI. It just never came down to my area that I had the orders in. And I like Lunar too, but Lunar is just taking it now. It's just going to be so slow by the time we get down to my area. I just don't know that we're even going to see any action. So I still have AZI on watch on the right-hand side over here. AMD could put they look almost identical, and this downtrend that AZI is on as well. But AZI, AMD downtrend, INFY, crazy wonky play. Same with Agent. So those are the crazy wonky plays. Lunar's been a little nice spike. Again, we're talking about plays that are up 20, 30% on the day. Nothing really too big on the top gainers board. Cracking back on down there's Agent now, may halt down, could be halting down there. Agent running down really hard now into the LULD. Agent watching for a crackdown right there, team. Cracking on down. It's just slower. It's gross out. I just don't see a lot of good plays to be had. We got some wonky halts up, halt down, and now we're just crashing from INFY. And then right here, crazy halt down. Now we're halting up, halted down. That's what we're working with today. AZI was another slow and steady mover, and so was Lunar. Nothing too pretty when it comes to stocks here in market today, unfortunately. Just making sure you guys don't need anything else. I know it's pretty slow out. Just making sure you guys are good to go. For large cap plays, I would like to trade something, but we've got this. We've done this a lot recently where we go up and we go straight back down. And so what you're waiting on, where would Lunar have a good bounce? I still like this VWAP area. So 325, 1325, 1310, somewhere in between the 13 teens and the 1330 mark, boss. That to me, this old resistance area right there from Lunar, I'll make it 3-minute time frame so you can see it a little bit more, right? But you can see what I'd be looking to get into right through this area, boss. Right through here. But large caps, for whatever reason here recently, they make this, and you're waiting for the move back down is what you're waiting for. And it's going to happen out of nowhere. So your patience today would be waiting for, like, play AMD is going to be huge. I bet it gets tugged down with the SPY as well. So we can go over here and look at the SPY. I bet this is going to be one of the plays. Same thing like yesterday. We formed this M shape to start the morning, or not, W shape, went up, my bad. Then we stayed up in this channel for a while, right? And out of nowhere, huge sell-off. Watch for that again today. So this is building an M shape today. Obviously, it's the opposite of yesterday. Back under the bottom of the N, and we get that sell-off. This thing is going to have, could have a huge, nice, good move down. So watch for that across the board from the large cap tickers if you're watching large caps today. Some of the better moves up, and that's not good at all. Tesla just continues to crack down. So the Tesla trade would be finally cracking out of this 482 channel, would be pushing back into 482 for the reversal. Still, you can see for the day, not the greatest of charts overall being built up. PLTR is forming a little bit of that head and shoulder, shoulder, head, shoulder right there. Watch for more movement down to 189.50 area for PLTR. Google was pretty ugly to start the day. Still not, formed a little better chart. Just kind of chopping its way back on up. Nice bounce play off of old resistance right there, forming the M shape up top a little bit, looking double toppy. Probably going to start to channel around right now. And imagine the Friday before Christmas. Today we do see a little bit of that sell-off later in the day, or at least chop for now too as well. Chop and then into a sell-off. That's absolutely horrendous right there. AMD with the best move to start the day so far, though, at least for large caps. That was a really nice, good squeeze up, and so far to me, one of the better moves for the large cap tickers. But since then, B was good too. B with a good move up too. B, and this is what I'm saying. We just kind of get the sideways move, and we just kind of chop around, and then watch for the SPY, and he usually is led by the SPY, and watch for a good size sell off, and then you'll get a good move down, possibly with these other tickers. This is nasty, nasty, nasty. It's literally like what to watch. What to watch here is the #1 mover, and that's what's sad, and that's what I can't like. It's just like one I can't go to. I'm like, where am I going to watch? What's my #1 mover for the day? Don't really have one. I don't have anything I can keep going back to. Is my point. All right, team. I'm going to take the break for now. Any last questions, let me know. Any last questions, let me know. I was going to give it to like 45 after, see if we got any kind of move. We're just not getting a move. I just don't see anything I like. The only play I like that's okay is, again, this 1330 area, 1315 area. Somewhere in there for the dip buy on Lunar is the only thing I like for a setup. Only thing I like. Only thing I like. This is one of my favorite games as a kid. I played it on, I think it was on, was it Turbo? Yeah, TurboGrafx 16 is where I played this game. Anyone ever play Splatterhouse as a kid? That's cool that they got, like, this is like Splatterhouse themed. I haven't seen this one before. They've got all these cool little new, like, this is what I'm playing a lot of the time in the background. It's like looks like something from the 80s or the 90s. Love it. Got the VHS tapes. Splatterhouse, Splatterhouse 2. I love this game, Splatterhouse, though, as a kid. It was on TurboGrafx 16. It was one of the first 16-bit games ever. It was really weird. You better pick up that sword. Oh, you're dead. You're dead. No. Dang it. He's like, oh, I'm back up. Oh, Splatterhouse. Good old days right there. Those are the good old days. All right, I think we're good. I think everyone's done. I think everyone is sleeping over here. The viewers we still have never heard of that. Yeah, it was a good one. I think we'll have to see where it was first. Splatterhouse. Here we go here. Splatterhouse. See, TurboGrafx 16. Told you. Is that not fucking cool or what? Yeah, 96% liked it. There we go. Let's see if it talks about the TurboGrafx 16 on here at all. Yeah, there we go. For me and Martin, for example, the Turkish report, the Splatterhouse had a faux parental advisor. Okay, gotcha. The foreign theme of this game may be inappropriate for young children and cowards. And cowards. So my brother hand me down this one. I had the black guy right here. The games were like credit cards. The games were like credit cards. I don't want to donate. No, what are we doing here? Leave me alone. So the games were like credit cards. It was really super cool. Let's see here. Paired with a 15 processor. So got to the 16 console. Okay, was misleading. Gotcha. So it really wasn't 16-bit. Oh man. But yeah, that's the one I had. TurboGrafx 16. That was one of the hand-me-downs I had there. Funny, but yeah, that was it. That was the Splatterhouse. Let's go to TurboGrafx 16 games. So they talk about the games on here, the big games that they had. And here we go, arcade card. So that the card that they had, they talk. Which I'm surprised they don't show an actual card on there. Wow, they had one of these little dudes too, huh? That's so crazy how these handheld devices were so big. Oh my god, to have one of those. Is that a freaking Star Trek? Freaking looks like something from Star Trek or Star Wars. The way that's shaped. Oh, the good old days. The good old days. But yeah, Splatterhouse was it was kind of scary-ish. I mean, I was, yeah, I think 5, 6 years old when I was playing that game, something like that, you know. So it was definitely that. And then again, I'll never forget like playing, because we rented it, and the first time renting, not only playing renting and playing PlayStation, but playing Resident Evil, and that intro to Resident Evil. Let's see if we can find that on YouTube. I'm sure we've got that on YouTube. Resident. Let's go to PlayStation, if I can talk, Resident Evil startup. All right, here we go. Let's see if we have the. Turn this off. Here we go. Here we go. You throw this on late at night. Anyway, it's got this intro. They have escaped. And I'll never forget this. How those graphics, that used to look so good. Like that used to just look, we were like, oh my, we were blown away. Blown away. Oh, this game just scared the shit shizing out of me. It's got like one of these scary moments where something's coming after you. And like how quiet it was, you know? Like how it literally, it's like you like you can hear your footsteps. Oh, the good old days. Oh, that game scared the shit out of me. Resident Evil. Never forget renting the PlayStation, putting it on with my buddy Mitchell, and then my buddy too. But speaking of which, who just passed away last week. God rest your soul, beautiful man. Poor guy. My best friend growing up. So sad. But yeah, we rented PlayStation, rented Resident Evil because that was like the game to play. And oh my god, we were like, yep. We turned that shit off immediately. We're like, yeah, we'll play that tomorrow during the day on Saturday. All right, team, I'm taking the break for the day. Careful here with INFY. Super sketchy play there. Same with Agent. I'll watch Agent over here just in case maybe it does something, and I doubt it does. It's really ugly out so far in small caps. Lunar's not bad today for small caps. It's kind of more of a mid cap play. DJT is still running though. DJT is still running. All right, cool. I'm out of here. We'll put DJT back up since it is moving at least a new high of day. So DJT, new high of day. Got a couple of good bounce plays off of 15 earlier. Couple of good, they got that little W shape. Now it's moving up. If you're looking for a bounce play on DJT, I'd come down to around 1585 to around 1575. 1585 to 1575. If this continues to run to new high of day, watch for this to bounce around 1535 to 1555. This area will become the new demand zone if we run to around 17 or so. Next resistance on the way up for DJT. We're kind of running into that, it's running through this area a little bit better than I anticipated today for sure. Watch for a move in around 17 to 1710. 17 to 1710. And if that's where we move to new high of day 2, then the bounce play is going to be around 1650 to around 1635. Don't forget earlier, though, the reversal, 1590 to 15. That's a dollar reversal. That's why, to me, right now, the safer reversal is still down here around 1585 to 1575. Don't forget trends within the trade. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off the mic for now. I'll throw some music on for you. I'll be back here in just a bit. Take a little break off the mic. Be back here probably in around an hour, 35 minutes to now 45 minutes, somewhere in there. All right? Again, DJT, the safer bounce is a dollar pullback to around 1585 area. If this runs up to 17 plus, then we know this area is going to be the bounce play. If you are looking for a reversal up top for DJT, if there is one in mind, usually finding a lot of touches is the best, and I like this at 18. 18 is some really strong resistance from DJT, for DJT. 18 is the really strong resistance area. 18 for DJT. All right, team. If you're out for the weekend, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Go Hogs. We play Houston tomorrow. Big game on CBS. Then another one, I think, that is on CBS on Sunday, the following day, about the same time. Let's go Broncos. Big game against the Jaguars. Jaguars a little better this year. Broncos really showing out last week against the Packers, having a great game. So we can back-to-back it here as we roll into the playoffs. Big games this weekend from both my squads. The Razorback basketball team. Go Hogs, woo pig, and go Broncos against the Jags. But don't forget, coming up Monday, I'm doing a giveaway. I'm doing, let's see. Oh, and her cat. What happened to her cat? I didn't hear anything about her cat. What happened to her cat, Elisa? Did something happen recently or last night that I didn't know about? I just did a one on, just saw her yesterday afternoon. Ciao, Josh. Yes, Hamilton, my man. Better be cheering for my Razorbacks tomorrow, Hamilton. I want to see you put that Razorback Houston game on mid-afternoon tomorrow, okay? Getting some dinner prep going. Same thing for Sunday. Broncos, Jags. You better be rooting for that blue and orange, baby. That orange and blue. And I'll see you back on Monday, hopefully with double victories like I did last Monday, and I'll be happy and chipper than ever. I may give away 3 things on Monday instead of 1. Giveaways next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, free live stream. I'm doing the live event, trading event, for an hour-long discussion on Monday with Trade the Pool and the Fivers. Big-time stuff for me. Hopefully got a lot of new traders to figure out and see who I am, because there's going to be a lot of traders there. 6,000 plus have signed up. They anticipate usually half or so to actually join. It's a lot of new faces, hopefully, to see AK-47 and how I trade small caps. Tuesday, more giveaways. Wednesday, it's only a half day of trading before Christmas. More giveaways. Of course, my BOGO holiday sale take advantage team. Not kidding you. Hey, Hamilton, I ain't kidding you. Ha ha. What's Hamilton start with? Ha. All right. Go Broncos, go Hogs. Let's get the double victory. I'll see you guys back here in just a little bit. Let me take a little break. Go hang out with Avery in the pack. Sit on the couch and just stop talking, because I've had a lot of talking. I got some more talking coming up next week. New York Giants, sadly, not this. Yeah, well, I think and that's like me. You got to get a quarterback. I don't think Daniel Jones or whatever his name. Indiana Jones. Listen, he had one. He is with the Colts. That would not have lasted. I don't think you had a quarterback in him. I really do not. I think he had this one weird year. And listen, he would have not have lasted. And now he's done bummed up. Both one leg tore up, the other leg's broken. Anyway. Point being, I think you finally got a quarterback. It's a lot like my Broncos. Now, the only thing is, you found a quarterback but you don't have a coach. And so that was the one thing with the Broncos. They got the coach first, and then they got the quarterback. You need a head coach more than anything, and that's the key. I've said this since I've noticed it with Saban and you know, around him, you know, I'd say 15 years ago. Of course, I was in sports, right? But sports, you know, broadcast journalism, coach is key. If you don't have a coach, you very few and far between ever have anything successful and make the playoffs and have a long journey, right? I mean, look at the Chiefs and Reed. Look at Belichick, right? So you see the dynasty, there ends up being some Saban, right? There ends up being some source behind that. Even Coughlin, when he had Coughlin, great coach. It's a hell of a pickup for you guys, you know? And that can happen. Get that second leg. We're getting that right now with Sean Payton. Tom Coughlin had a great run with the Jaguars, right? In the 90s, early 2000s, and kind of got a little stale, and they weren't making it anymore. And sorry, Tom, you got us going to start off with. We love you and all. You know, thank you, Jaguars. We'll always probably, you know, they're probably going to love him. You know, Tom Coughlin and Jacksonville. They had a split. Well, John said, well, we want to give him his second chance. You know, we think he's got a second leg in him. Well, that second leg was better than his first leg. He got 2 Super Bowls, right? Didn't even go to one with the Jaguars. Went to 2 and not only went to the Super Bowl and won, but you beat the GOAT. You beat the greatest quarterback of all time. And it's not even a question, no offense. You look at Tom Brady's numbers, and I just want to show this off the chat real quickly. Look at Tom Brady's numbers by decade. Look at this. We'll just do it by 40s. Look what he did in his 40s. 27,000 passing yards. Almost 200 touch. Look at what he did in his. Will you lay down, Merlin? Merlin? Lay down. Merlin, lay down. Why are you so hard-headed? No wonder they were probably like, hey, we need to give him to AK. He just is not listening to us. Look at what he did in his 40s. In his 40s. Is that not nuts? That's nuts. Look at the 20s compared to 40s here. He did more in his 40s than he did in his 20s. That is crazy stats. Absolutely nuts. At the age of 44, because I was in a kind of a debate the other day with my buddy, big Chiefs fan. Always been a big Chiefs fan. He's not a bandwagon guy. He was wearing Chiefs stuff in the 90s. He liked Joe Montana, and it was just the closest team. He wasn't a Cowboys fan. He's from Arkansas. He just was a big Chiefs fan. And that sucked for the longest time. You know, good here. But then finally gets Mahomes. So anyway, Mahomes the other day, and I'm like, God, and whatever it was, I'm like, listen, I called this last year in the Super Bowl. They're slowing down. They're aging. What's-his-face is done. He's already moving over and wanting to have kids. What's-his-face? Kelsey. He's done. Kelsey's done. He's done. He's pretty much over with. They got to regroup. And I was like, he's not going to be Brady. And the reason why Brady's Brady, he's the GOAT. But then the reason why Brady lasted so long, or even Peyton Manning after a fucking crazy neck surgery, is because they didn't take sacks. They didn't try to extend the play. Now, Brady did extend plays, and I could easily find you a video on YouTube where he can just move around in the pocket. He feels people around him. Like Mahomes does, but Mahomes wants to just fucking go out and go running and do all the slingshot and dumb shit. Well, that's leading to like he just did and tearing his ACL. You know, they tore their ACLs in different facets. Brady was in the pocket just trying to throw. He wasn't trying to run around. How many, we know running quarterbacks, RG3, Michael, they don't last long. Randall Cunningham, they don't. They get hits, too many hits. That's when and I'm telling you, he has to pull the Elway. Elway was that. He was a lot like Mahomes. See, the two of them remind me a lot more so than any quarterback, and I'm surprised they don't get comparison. He does the kind of Favre, and Favre did run around, but Favre didn't run like Elway did. Elway really ran and could early in his career. Way better than Favre ever could run. It's not even a question. Regardless, he needs to stop taking hits. Mahomes needs to start he needs to get a running back. He needs to get a Terrell Davis. He needs to get a running game. They need a defense. But anyway, he's not going to last that long anyway. But if he is going to last longer, Mahomes needs to stop extending the play. He needs to stay in the pocket more. He needs a running game. He needs to stop being the person for the team. There's a reason Brady could be and was for as long and even knew his 40s, because he stayed in the pocket. That's how you last long and can be still the guy around you. But you got to be able to sit in the pocket. I mean, Brady could sit here and just do this in the pocket and move around guys and still throws for this 50 at 44, 5,300 yards and 43 at 44. He's putting up one of the best seasons any quarterback has ever had by just doing this. Anyway, no debate there. Dude's the GOAT. Absolute GOAT NATO. So the fact, going back to that, Hamilton, if you're still listening, you beat him twice. Boy, oh boy, and you know that discussion. Even though we know Peyton's a better quarterback than Eli, but Eli can always go, yeah, but You know who my 2 Super Bowl wins were against, right? I know you got 2 Super Bowl wins and I do too, so that's tied. I know you got the better stats, so everyone's going to see you as the more, the coach on the field and better stat. But you do know who I beat twice in the Super Bowl, right? What's up, J Trades? How we doing? Hamilton, our only stout point is Patriots number. Yeah. That's key though. That's huge though, Hamilton. That's huge. You can go to Boston any day of the weekend wear that New York Giants shirt and ain't no one gonna say. You'll get some asshole Bostonian. Hey, what you doing? Hey, I can't do a Boston accent. You get my point. I can't ever figure out where the accent. Anyway, but you could wear that around Boston, your New York Giants stuff, and they'd be like, motherfucker, gosh damn it, can't say shit to him. The fuck, what do I say? Just be an asshole and just yell at him? You're like, that's when you're like, what? What do you gotta say? What? Yeah, twice. Get the fuck out of my way. Get out of here. You guys can't cook shit in Boston. You got your fucking lobsters and that's fucking it. We got in New York, fucking everything. You guys don't have shit here. You got lobsters and more lobsters. I love when you see those like Boston, New York games and the fans yelling at each other. Fucking, that's so classic. God, that's classic. Elise Plus, they don't last long. Yeah, Caleb exactly will have the same issues. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yep, Caleb. Oh, they all do. Yeah, they have to. That's why I love what Sean Payton's doing with Bo Nix. Bo can run. I think Bo's probably, if they ran a race, even in their prime, Bo Nix is faster. Maybe not more nimble and agile. I think that would be close to as well because Mahomes is kind of sneaky, agile, right? And how he gets in out of plays. But if they did an agility test and if they ran their 40, now we could probably find that. I bet, let's just go look at that. I bet Bo Nix, let's see here. Bo Nix 40 time. Do they have that? ESPN 471. All right, so 471. Just seems like he runs faster than that. All right, let's go to Patrick Mahomes 40 time. 4.8. So he is 1/10 of a second faster. So I was right, at least. But you get my point. They're about the same as far as speed, agility, in my opinion, regardless. But you don't see Bo doing that a lot and taking those big hits. At least I know this is only year number 2. But Bo's learning when to run and when not to run. Bo's trying to stay in that pocket a lot more. And there are some times where I'm like, and there are even the announcers, like, when Romo's doing the quarterbacks, there's a quarterback doing the call, and you can be like, I don't know why he just didn't run there. Because he'll step up in the pocket, and there will be fucking nobody. And it's clean. It's days. There's no linebackers. They're all out in coverage. And he tries to force that throw downfield versus just, let's just get this 5, 7, 10 yards on the first down. He did it against, and I'll show you real quickly, and just how good I am again. I would have been a stupid fucking coach. Bo Nix. Let's go to YouTube. I bet this will be on there. Bo Nix. Let's go to YouTube. Quickly, Bo Nix. Oh, I don't want to go back to Resident Evil. Don't scare me. Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton, 4th down. Hold on a sec here. 4th down. Where's it at here? Oh, where's it at? 4th down, Green Bay Packers. All right, here we go. Well, it's got to be in here. So I know it's got to be in here regardless. I heard the highlight. So here we go, regardless. I'll go to the play. Is this after we take the lead? No, I think it's beforehand. It's on a 4th down call. Well, we're going to the left, so I know that. Yeah, it's right here. So here it is. Here it is. So right here, 4th and 3. 4th and 3. This play should go. Look at the running back. He doesn't give 2 fucks. He's going straight. Because here's the thing. The play before, I don't know if they show it. No, they're not going to show it. Yeah, maybe they do. 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3. It's a different route for the running back, but the 17 runs the same route. 17's open in the next play, too. It's 3rd and 3. Bo does this too much. Eyes just one wide receiver. You can tell from the get-go he wasn't going through his progression. He does that too much. He doesn't progress. He wants the big ball to Cortland.
Picked up, pass goes long.
He has them, but the deflection comes in at the end, knocks the ball down. So what Sean Payton does is design a different out route for everyone else for the most part, except for 17, to kind of confuse that safety. So we go back to the same play. Almost, essentially, right?
Again, goes.
Same play. 17's open. 11 is open. The play to the running back is where he should go. Look at this. Running back, so he even thinks it's going to him. This guy can walk it to probably minimum 35. He gets into the 30s, obviously, with this ball, right? He gets it. He may break over to him. He breaks that tackle. There's only one guy. That could have been a huge play. Regardless, where does Bo go? He just goes, he doesn't even look at anybody else at all, even though right out of the gate he could have jetted it right to 17. He's got an alley between these two offensive linemen to throw it right to 17. That's why that play is created. He also has another alley and lane to throw it right here. Those are simple. You've got to make those throws more often. And I hope in the tape they're doing that. Like Bo, because you go over any analyst and I'll watch it. I love when we win. I'll go to ESPN and watch it. Dan, or what are the guys that's always on ESPN that breaks these plays down? He mentions this so much where he's trying to go for the big play a little too often, where he has an alley here to throw it to 17. That's just a straight voof, right? Or flip the hips out to the right, and this is a quick little dump off to him. Those are 2 first downs. But instead, he's not even looking. They're looking for the look. His hands are out. Like, give me the ball, Bo. Give me the ball. It's 4th and 3. We need this. We got the lead. We need a score here. He's looking back. They're all looking back at the quarterback. He's not even looking, but he is only looking at one wide receiver, the one that's not looking at him. And then you've got to throw a fucking dime. And so now the fact that they ran 11 out on this kind of post pattern, that tugged away that 22 safety. So 22 can't get to the ball if Bo throws it quick enough. And I'm sure he knows I've got to throw it quicker this time. Throws it faster, puts it. I mean, you can't throw a ball better than that. So just breaking that down, you can see that. I mean, maybe that's also, too, I'm a good stock trader. I'm like, damn, I would have been such a fucking good offensive coordinator and coach. Yes. Anyway, so there's me. There's my breakdown on Bo and the quarterbacking play there. You give me a chart, you give me some play calling, I can break it down. All right, Lost Boys, Lost Girls. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I love each and every one of you. Reach out to me if you need any help about anything. I will get the Love Chip double dual stream Friday from last Friday up and posted here in just a little bit, so you guys have that and can watch it. Otherwise, thank you all for joining today. Large caps pretty much popped up and then set out to the right, looking for that move like I talked about. Usually it's just like yesterday. We set in a channel out to the right for like an hour, then finally made a move. For small cap plays, Lunar and DJT are really your only 2 decent movers, and they're right around the same price range. Every average normal small cap play that you're looking at today, like your 2, 3, 4, 5, they're just not doing. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. Very, very slow day so far from those. Again, if you have any questions, reach out to me. I'm around. I'll be around this whole day. I'm not really going anywhere today at all. I'll pop in and out of the chat here in a minute. I'll put some music on for you for now so you guys have a little bit of music. Anything else? We're good? I think we're good. Lost Boys, Lost Girls, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. See you back here again Money Monday. Giveaways from me. Free live stream all next week from me. Got the big thing with Trade the Pool. Of course, the giveaways from it. I'll put those links out there again for you guys. My links, the links for the Trade the Pool, Fivers live event, $2 million in giveaways, Instagram and my YouTube page, and of course my BOGO holiday sale. Time to put some jams on. Where did that get to? I'm not going to put Splatterhouse on. That was like Halloween music. We'll get something on that's a little kind of being Christmassy. Let's what this sound. Oh, this will work for now. Hey, baby. How you doing? I think you should come over tonight and I think we should make love, sweet love. That's right. On my couch, on the floor, on the table. We get back to the bedroom and I show you what it's all about. And then, baby, I'm gonna light some candles. And you're gonna rub on my feet and my toes. All right, guys. I'll see you back in a bit or on Monday. here we go. Back at it. Little afternoon commentary. Stick around for about 30 minutes at most for you guys. Good alert there, Mo Alley on the Discord there. What does it say? I love that. I just go in here. I was just out there with her, then all of a sudden I get a text. Like I'm going to run errands after I get done going live here to get some stuff. Anyway, and she just sends me something like, "Hey, get this too." All right, so pretty much nothing today. An NBY though would be your better mover. So what we'll do is we'll move NBY up top here. Good alert there from Mo Alley over on the Discord. DJT got a couple of decent moves early in the day with the bounce plays. Down here earlier on before the W shape and the nice good explosion and the move up and the bull flag break. Bounce off the bull flag. That was okay. Didn't lead to much, but then the break of the last that top bull flag and not too bad. Some plays early on, but since that, really not much. And Lunar was good and decent some plays earlier through here, but then really just been like a slow matriculator. NBY is your best mover right now. Slow and steady. It's up about 75% on the day, and it's taken all day to get there. And that's, again, like I've talked about in this small cap space, this is really where we're going to be at, in my opinion. Come Monday, it'll be all right. Come Monday, I'll be holding you tight. I think is exactly what we'll be doing to each other. Holding each other tight and dear as we move into the new year. So there's your uptrend channel overall for NBY on the way up. Best support for me is old resistance new support that got built up right here at 440 area. Now, of course, you're building up another one at the trend line right around 465. So those are the two better support areas on the way back on down. Otherwise, she is in this uptrend chaniato. There's Mo Alley. What's up? Took the afternoon off. Never failed a snooze fest. But, oh, yeah. It was. I had a feeling today was going to be a snooze fest. And, like, of course, I've been talking about that for days now. And then Jiminy crickets here, guys. And then into Monday. Monday, I've, have a pretty strong feeling we're going to be just like this on Monday, where our top gainers are not up a lot. But yeah, NBY is doing the best here. We're getting a little bit of movement from it, which isn't bad. So NBY here, going back to time frame, we'll go to the 4 hour, and there's really nothing there. We see this is 5. We ran right into that. Did we blow over that too? Had one fill at 5, so one decent fill at 5, nothing too crazy, and then go back even further here in time. Okay, man, how far back we gotta go? How far back do we have to go? Reverse split the hell, that's for sure. Boom, shakalaka, yeah. Really, let's see if we have. I would say let's see if we can hold this area right around 560, 560, and if we break over that, watch for move to 6, then over 6, watch for move to 630, possibly. On NBY, we've looked at this over the years. I didn't, how many times it's been reverse split. It was not 2192. That is absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely crazy. Man, here she goes. She's trying here. Perfect timing to jump back on the mic. Like I said, this is typically talked about this earlier in the live stream too as well. I think I did that maybe in that lesson. I talked about this where, generally speaking, you got to think about when your wave of volume comes in. Usually opening bell 9:30. Of course, it's 8 shows 8:30. I'm Central Standard Time Zone. Anyway, or whatever Central Time Zone. So we have 8:30 or opening bell 9:30, right? And then an hour after the opening bell is the second big wave, and a big burst there of volume usually comes in. Then 10:30, and each one after that kind of gets smaller and smaller until usually the 30-minute mark here. And of course, you can see here on this play, bammy whammies in each 30-minute mark area. Kind of, you can see the move. There's the first 30-minute mark. This one's right at the 30-minute mark. There's one at the 30-minute mark earlier in the day. Here's one at the 30-minute mark. They're just big. I just over the years noticed that they're big volume burst areas. So here's your big volume burst. Last 5 minutes, you're going from 4 essentially 90 almost to 590, about a 90-cent pop there. Good alert there, Mo Alley, on the Discord too, man. Aussie Chick forgot, did you say you're streaming Monday? Oh yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for sure. Oh yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I probably will take Friday off the day after Christmas. It is a full day. I just don't think it's going to be, I don't know. I just want a day off. Last year, I know you've been around long enough to know you were last year, Aussie Chick, but point me in last year, and I forgot that I did this. But remember, I was only streaming live for Deck on third because well, I think it was just Thursday and Friday or something. I did lunch, but point being, I took like 3 days off. Where I took like because Christmas last year was on Wednesday, so what I did was I took Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday off. And remember, I did like lunch. All I did was a lunch stream, you know, because remember I had lunch stream with Deck. I remember that last year, so all I had was a lunch stream with Deck. I had my morning alerts that I did with you guys, but anyway, last year I took Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off, and I remembered that the other day. I was like, oh yeah, because I knew I took the 2 weeks off from doing one-on-ones. Like this year, I'm taking 3 weeks off from doing one-on-ones. It just, especially with me, with a lot of stuff I've got going on, it'll help me get a little break, much needed, relax and enjoy the holidays, food, sports, etc. And then definitely move on to like helping myself out with just stock stuff that I've been wanting to work on, like especially even the website. But anywho, beautiful Friday, sun's starting to come on in here, love it. Can't wait to get out. Sex for Voltron's not clean, and it hasn't been. It's been warm enough. And Beerus needed to be clean, and that's our 392 final edition, the badass Jeep Wrangler we have, that badass beast. It hadn't been clean in a while, so I need to clean it, which it wasn't that bad. Now oh man, but Voltron needs it. Groovy, yes, but I will be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Monday, of course, please, which you'll already be there. You said you signed up. I am live Monday. I'll be doing giveaways Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as well. So please come join the live stream on Monday. Tuesday, I'll have a live stream, and Monday and Tuesday will be normal streams. Monday and Tuesday will be, I'll go live in the morning, I'll go live in the afternoon. Wednesday will be a normal live stream. It's a half day on Wednesday before Christmas, so I'll be having fun with you guys, doing giveaways, you know, and talking about the, you know, holiday BOGO sale. And then that's where I'm trying to figure out what days to take off. You know, probably I may take off Friday, the day after Christmas, like in totality, where I don't do morning alerts, go live, nothing. I just take the whole day off. Because like I said, last year, I didn't take the whole day off, except for, of course, the holiday, which was Christmas and New Year's, you know, those 2 Wednesdays. But like I said, I didn't do morning alerts was the other thing. I streamed live, but it was only a stream live at lunch for a Deck. So it wasn't like a major stream, but yeah, anyway. So that's what I may do that to where I'm like, hey guys, I'll get the stream up and going, but I'm just not doing morning alerts. I'll do those and I'll kind of give everyone levels when I get into chat. But I'm going to take the morning off and I'm going to try to get relaxed in and I'll get my stream up, eventually. Like that, I can, but point being Friday, I'll probably just take the whole day off. It's Friday, day after Christmas. And then depending on how that day goes, which, I'll always keep my eye on the market. And see about going, do I want to go live on Monday or just take Monday off too? But Friday, I'll let everyone know Wednesday, obviously. Like, hey guys, Monday, not going live. Or not Monday, I should say Friday. But yes, Monday live. Monday live, be probably done about an hour after the opening bell, so I can take that little break before I go over to the big debate thing that I'll have to get, and I need to get some prep and stuff done on that over the next few days here. Which not a lot, but enough just to go live for an hour with those guys, which will be really cool. Like I said, they've had like 6,000 people sign up for that, or I don't know how. They've had a lot of people sign up, so. But I know most of you guys in here are signed up, and hopefully can come support me in any way, shape, or form on Monday. Hold on one sec. Sorry, getting hot. I was bitching about our thermostat. We've lived in some houses, and I'm going to make sure, of course, it's every house, our house is going to be fucking dope. But I've lived in houses where we have the thermostat set at 70. It's 50 degrees outside. We have it set at 70, though. I just went out to them, like, it's getting fucking warm in this office, because this office does get stuffy. Just even the bigger window, sun coming through, all the screens on all day long, and just for whatever reason, this was one of those rooms that gets really warm real quickly. Anyway, so I go, it says 72. I'm like, why 70? It says 70. You're supposed to shut off when it gets to 70, bro. You're not supposed to take it all the way up to 72 and go, all right, you good now. I got you a couple degrees warmer. I'm like, no, I didn't ask to be a couple degrees warmer. I just needed 70. 70, I was good there. Like, what is our thermostat doing? And it always does that to the top side. It's like, I want it to be, anyway. Like when it, like the air conditioned side usually works fine. We have it on heat right now, which 70 is not that warm. It's not like it's probably cold. Aussie chicks probably like freezing. Like, dang, 70 degrees. I don't know, maybe not, but I don't like big bills. Well, at least in the winter. Plus, I don't mind it cooler. That's the thing. In the summer, I do have huge bills. Thought about getting it levelized because, yeah, in the summer, oh my gosh, we run the AC like a mofo. Hell, we run the AC during the winter at night to get cool, get nice and cool in the house. This big reversal there, not bad. They're back into the 1650 mark. Of course, could make its way into 1675 again. Possibly, if it holds 16, that would be kind of your goal and target maybe for the rest of the day for DJT. But it's been a decent mover. It's not crazy, but for those that need slow and steady movers, this is definitely where you need to go to. If you don't want to trade volatile movers, NBY wasn't bad today. Definitely in yesterday for the most part, but today even again for sure, big time was more slow and steady eddies, guys that aren't going to be too fast. I mean, I don't know what happened here at the opening bell with AZI, Crazy Eye, AZI. It had that huge halt up and then just really became pretty slow and steady eddying. If you do remember my orders I had in this morning, if you're around this morning for my live stream, go back and listen to it. I had orders in at 237, 227, and 217. Oh man, that was just, and I had a feeling that lower was going to be a little bit better again, but that would have been an average cost basis of right around 227. And that would have been nice for the spike up here. We're doing decent, and then finally got those good burst up. But again, just like ATHA yesterday, finding the dip area, and then never saw lower than that, at least for AZI the rest of the day. I just canceled my orders because it was just so dead, and I kept talking about that with like the large caps too. You'd probably see this big sell-off out of nowhere. SPY did not do that. It just really kind of matriculated out for the right, or to the right for the rest of the day. Any questions you guys have? Just a quick little recap. Not a lot going on here. Watch NBY is your main mover. Could get this nice little last squeeze up right here for the move up to like say 630. I saw that area that Mo Alley's talking about. Could be the next resistance area. It is holding the uptrend channel, which is key. What's up, Domino? Domino. Hey, Domino. She says I'm so pretty. Any questions about food tonight? Doing the getting bone-in ribeye. Bone-in ribeye. Oh, Domino, I gotta go get them. I forgot about that. I need to get them. I gotta get them food. Okay, let's type that in there. Dog, cat, large breed. That's the thing too. I'm gonna run these errands. Ooh. Before it gets probably hopefully too crazy out. I just think Friday before Christmas, I want to try to get it done, 2 or 3 in the afternoon, because about Friday before Christmas, there's about 5, that 4:35, 6 o'clock, it's going to be nuts out. So I'm trying to get the errands run so I can go get all the goods, bone-in ribeye, yada 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 that. Pick up the groceries I already did order to go for pickup. I got to get large breed dog food because we're out of that now. I always like running errands. I'm an errand runner. I like some stuff being delivered, but then you got to pay them. And I know it's a job for some people, but I don't like the tip. I hate to go food because like in paying for DoorDash, because then you got to tip them. There's the delivery fee or some whatever, and then it's not always fresh. And just let me bank it first off. Or even just, I hate the whole delivery thing. I don't mind it sometimes when you really need it. And I've been there in a crunch when I needed it. But man, I gotta drive my vehicles. I mean, I don't have $200,000 in vehicles just to be like, oh, look at my cars. I'm not gonna be that dude. I'm not gonna have a car that just sits there. Oh, we gonna drive them. Beerus did sit around with over a year with only about 800 miles on it. But that's because we had Falcor and 4 vehicles, so Avery's always driving it. Now she's obsessed and loves Beerus, the 392 final edition. Love that thing. So nice. Drives so smooth for a Jeep Wrangler. Smoothest driving. Oh, the exhaust. Whew. They're gorgeous. Moelle, you cooking the steak or going out? Cooking. That's why I'm going to run the errands. Get all the stuff. That's why I'm going to close. Well, I'm glad it's slow, too. Although, MBY, because you, like, you know, even like you see when me and Kevin are going live, we have that, like, it's hard to pull away. And I hate those days for her because she's like, especially like on a Friday, it's kind of where we call it like date night. We're trying to get back to that where we enjoyed doing something or going out. That's why I said, and back to the second class, because first class wave, we could leave half the dogs out, put some of them up, and we could leave. We'd be gone for 5, 6, 7 hours. Nothing. No poops, no pees, no. This little Domino, this little stress wart you just saw walk back in here. This girl and then Elle, they are. Like when Avery's gone and visits her parents, I've gotten them to where we have to crate them. I then get to the point where I can leave them out. But then after an hour or two, they start getting antsy and pantsy, and because I have the camera and I'm watching them. And then they start barking and howling, and they're freaking out. Where are you at? That's how I'm like, I'm always home. This has been like, so like the last theme, like we had to leave. It wasn't like we were always around them. Bella, Groot. We could leave Bella, Groot, Beerus, Ava, bro, all like a lot of the little ones. Just see y'all later. Y'all be good. They get on the couch and be like, all right, y'all be good. Yep, all right, cool. I'm gonna be right here. Like these guys are like, where you at? Yeah, you. Worry words. Like still the Petey, Rue, our pit bull, and the shepherd. You know, the ones that are always were in here with Groot. And now it's Merlin. Merlin's good. Merlin's like Groot. Yeah, all right, cool. We'll see you later. But some of the he gets a little antsy, and he's kind of tore up like where he's chewed up the wire. I wouldn't say that Merlin isn't fully Groot yet. I won't say that. The Groot's on a whole nother level. I shouldn't even said that, but that, like, we leave the first class out, the second class, so that we don't get to, point being we don't get to go out as much. It sucks. So we're trying to get back to that and train these mofos. I'm really been into it heavily over the last, and that's another reason why. I mean, of course, all the stuff I'm doing, because I am like the pack leader, and they really listen to me, and so. Because, yeah, used to, like I said, man, we could go out to the movie, we could go out to eat, let's go out to drink, we're gone for 5, 6 hours, we'd get back and they'd, oh, huh, you're here? Oh, hold on, hey, mom, dad. These guys are like, we're gone for 2 hours, and they're like, just like, yeah, where are you at? I was just thinking about what was for, yes. Bone-in ribeye, loaded baked, potato, like make a salad. She's doing some kind of ranch dip out there right now. Tomorrow, Avery's making crunch wraps. I'll do some hand cut French fries. Sunday chili. So something like that tonight is what it'll look like in the end. That's what it'll look like tonight. Make a cute little buttery. Add some different. I usually do sriracha in there. Make it get a little spice to it. Anyway, some thyme, or if you want to go chop up some thyme. I like a little bit of thyme and rosemary together. Sometimes some green onion in there too, a little bit. Just chop that all up, and anyway, oh man, So yeah, the porterhouse, and those are my two favorite: the porterhouse and the bone-in ribeye. I like New York strip. I mean, hey, you get a piece of meat. Good God. I mean, you kidding me? You can't go wrong with a piece of meat. Yeah. Where is what's that? There we go. All right. All right, so we got the MBY slow and steady Eddie play. Any last questions here? I'll stick around for about 5-10 more minutes here. Yeah, dinner's going to be good. Dinner's a great weekend. Hope up big hog game tomorrow. The hogs. Moali, aren't you in Arkansas? If you're still around? Got a big game tomorrow on CBS. Houston, playing Houston, and then the Broncos on Sunday versus the Jags. So I'm all about sports this weekend. Then tonight we got the college football playoffs, which I know Aussie Chick, if you're listening still, you got your Alabama Crimson Tide. Got a big game tonight. Oh, I got college football, I think, on still right now, right? Let's see. Do we have any games on? I know we just had the one bowl game. Is it still on, though, right now? Let's go to YouTube TV, since I do have that. I have it, yeah, so we have Memphis, okay. Which is funny, we have Memphis as head coach now, and they're in the bowl game. They beat us early in the year. All right, so we got NC State up 7-0. Love it, got it, get it, got it, good. But yeah, I love the sports. Good shit. Damn. All right, what do we got? Questions? Anything you guys want to go over? I think we're good and covered. There. Aussie Chick, Mo Alley. Thank you. Anyone else out there joining this afternoon? Really done. DJT, again, yesterday had a pretty decent move up. We've had that 2 days in a row now. So good move from 10 to 17 over the past 2 days here. Not so bad, right? Lunar was decent for today, 1150 to 1450, essentially around those lines. You know, somewhere in that area, 1170 to 12 or 1470. NBY, this really being your all-day runner, was best. AZI was just out of the gate the better mover in pre-market, and as I kind of was talking about who's going to win today as far as, you know, as spiking and holding, well, ends up being a play we're not looking at. How often we've seen that here recently? Well, it's NBY. We were not looking at this at all in pre-market, but here we go with a nice good all-day runner up about 75, well, now 90%. Okay, I didn't realize we're up that high now, 93%. Yeah, Aussie Chick, oi, oi, Roll Tide. Yeah, you know, let's go to these games. I really can't believe James Madison is, I just never really thought that was going to be that they're in it. Like, really, James Madison? Whatever. Well, that will be an interesting game here in the college football playoff. Here we go. Let's go to the bowl games. Let's check them out. All right, so, yep, right tonight. Oh, boy, 8 versus 9. Oh, and this one's Oklahoma because of the higher seed here. Okay, that's going to be a tough one. Oof. Boy, I can't wait for that. That's going to be a good one. That's going to be a late game, too. 8 p.m. Yowza Trouserton. I think that's, 7 maybe for me, 8 Eastern, yeah. So that's a late game. That'll be on until 10:30, probably 11. I say late. That's probably good for a Friday. That's about right where you'd want it. Although people on the East Coast... be perfect for us, the people in the Central Time Zone, really, for the most part. Alabama, Oklahoma tonight. We got Miami A&M tomorrow. Tulane and Ole Miss. I don't know. That could be interesting because Ole Miss doesn't have their head coach anymore, but Lane Kiffin in that middle side. But I'm sure I don't see how they don't roll through Tulane. Speaking of Roll Tide, and then Oregon versus James Madison. Good God, that's 2 games on TNT. What in the hell? And that's what I hope college football does not turn into. Please do not turn into March Madness and games on True TV and TNT. And we've got 8 teams in the playoff now or something. I'm like, no, do not do this. Don't do this to me. Again, I guess that gets your chance now. Your Arkansas of the world get a way better chance. But, there's a top 25. There's no way you ever think of a number 20, the 25th ranked team deserves to win the championship. Yes, on any given Sunday, but that doesn't mean they're the best team. That's what I like about the college basketball, because not the best team always wins. Not the overall best team with the best talent. It's just about who gets hot, things roll and bounce your way. I like college football really always eliminating all that noise and saying, hey, these are the best teams. They represent who is the best of college football. They deserve to be there and to battle it out. I hope they keep it that way. It's a lot like the NFL. I think the NFL hopefully should be done expanding, and they're kind of like, okay, these are the best team. The number 1 team gets the bye. Makes sense. Everyone else can battle it out from there. And then you're still going to get some trash in there from time to time. But usually, for the most part, in the NFL, that gets washed out. And then also, what else we got going on here? And last night, which we did see, great game, Arkansas State versus Missouri State in Frisco. Old stomping grounds, and of course Arkansas State, where I'm here now. Always see a lot of Red Wolves fans. Got the dub. And so we got today Memphis, NC State, Washington State, Utah State. Okay. Oh no, that's not it. Okay, so there's only 3 games today. So there's Memphis, NC State, and there's nothing getting until the game tonight. All right. And then nothing again until Monday. We got one Monday, Tuesday. We got a slew on Wednesday. What's up, Ellie Cabelli, French fry smelly? All right, so cool. Yeah, this is the weekend. This is the start of it, huh, Moosey? You too. You too. At least have a good weekend. Yep, have a great weekend. Have a good one. Definitely. Hey, Hogs win tomorrow. Broncos win Sunday. I'll have a good weekend. I'll promise you that. I bet that's just how that'll probably go. I hope anyway. It seems like, unless something else happens. But yeah, Broncos win. Hogs win. Good weekend for me. Nah, it's really slow. It's crazy slow today. Crazy slow today. 100% crazy slow day. SPY even right now just like you should look at the SPY. I'll just get AZI because AZI is not, well, neither is Lunar, so I'll get Lunar out of here. Look at the SPY. I mean, just look at that. Like look at this. That's slow. All right, cool. Last questions. You guys good? I'll go ahead and just step out of here. Elise, Ingrid, Mo Ali, thank you for coming on over. Lion, what's up, y'all? What I missed, guy? Nothing. Oh God, it's been slow, bro. It has been slow. Oh yeah. Well, have a good one, brother. Ready for my Hogs tomorrow. I'm glad it's a little later in the day. I wish it was at 6 or 7, you know, because then I get the food going and the drinks going. I always hate those 3 to 4 p.m. tip-offs. It's always good afterwards. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be big, dude. Houston, bro. It's gonna be a big game tomorrow. Oh yeah, I am. Oh, for sure, Lion. I am definitely tired, bro. Oh man, I'm like, I am tired for sure. I am ready for a good meal tonight. Good sleep. Pass the hell out. Get ready for the Hogs tomorrow, big game. Love some college basketball, especially when the Razorbacks are good. Obviously, when your team's good. But I love college basketball. Love this time of the year when you're playing different, teams. And we played Texas Tech last week in Dallas, so that was fun. Weekend time to relax for sure. I'll be amped up though tomorrow. I'll be amped up for the Hogs game. It'll be a big game tomorrow. I'll be amped up for that. Big time, big matchup. Big matchup tomorrow, and then definitely Sunday. Sunday, Broncos could really start pushing themselves more so to that number 1 seed, beating Jacksonville. I mean, they're at home. They should win. I mean, they have that kind of home field advantage here already moving forward. The 2 of their last 3 games are at home. They do have to go to Kansas City, but they're down. I mean, Mahomes is out now. I mean, I'm not even worried about Kansas City, so that should be a win, even though it's at Kansas City. So we have tomorrow. We have Sunday with Jacksonville, and Jacksonville's pretty good. They're up there battling out. So we beat We've beaten the Eagles. They're a division leader. We've beaten Packers, division leader, right? We've beaten a lot of division leaders this year too. Now, besides crummy teams. So even though we've had some really close games and all the fourth quarter comebacks, and we've tied last year's Kansas City Chiefs team as the most comebacks in a year. So 12 comebacks. We have 12 comeback wins this year. Is that not nuts? We tied the Chiefs last year. This is just crazy. But and then putting teams away, like finally, which I like to see, like we did against the Packers on Sunday. So we'll see if this will be huge. If we do that again against Jacksonville and kind of put them away in the fourth, that then puts us up and elevated higher in the to get that number 1 seed. Then all we have is we have KC at home, or KC. We then go the road to KC, but again, they have no Mahomes. They're done and given up for the year. You know that. I'm not worried. Now, don't have a letdown game, but that comes back to coaching, and Sean Payton ain't going to let that happen. Sean Payton he's a coach. He's not going to let them have a letdown game. Now, I could see it kind of being boggy at first, and it could be another telltale sign that we put them away. And so then we have one last home game against the Chargers, which they're still battling and up there too as well. But the next 2 weeks, I think if we win, we could probably wrap up the number 1 seed, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's the case, then we don't have to worry about that last week at home. We could maybe rest starters if we wanted to, but I wouldn't want to do that. I'd still want to play it full on, because if we have the number 1 seed, then you have a bye week. You wouldn't want to take 2 weeks off, so rest your starters and then have a bye week. I don't think Sean Payton would do that. I think we're going to play through the whole season. And I hope, I'll say I hope, but we'll see this Sunday. This Sunday will be huge. And same for the Razorbacks, beating Houston, top 5-10 team. You know, that'll be huge to see what, and then kind of that battle, or then because this is the first ever college basketball team that played the previous Elite Eight. So, you know, the Final Four, right? Elite Eight, Sweet 16. This is the first college basketball team that's played not only all Final Four teams, but all Elite Eight teams from last year, which is crazy. So they're going to be battle tested and ready for the SEC. And Broncos are always my number one, though. They're always my number one. But the Razorback basketball team has always kind of been that, you know, because I grew up in the 90s with Nolan Richardson, that 40 Minutes of Hell, and man, that was some fun times and good basketball. We were always good. Yeah, Casey's definitely done. See Bears Packers Saturday night. Yeah, oh yeah. Should be interesting. Yep, that'll be a good one. Yeah, that'll be a good one. It was good to see the Broncos put away, because I was worried about that Packers game. Like I said, I was showing that breakdown earlier, but I'll never forget that. I'll do this a lot, but and I've done this a couple times this year. Like, well, we're done. I don't think we're gonna do it in this. And Avery's like, you say that so much. You said it so many times. I'm like, well, we need to do something now. Like, this is that kind of like in a stock where I'm like, guys, this has to do something now, or it's not gonna happen. And that's when we got an interception, came back, scored a touchdown, stopped them, got another touchdown. You know, and the big plays that we made there through the third and fourth quarter and put them away. So we'll see if we do that against Jacksonville. Like I said, I'm ready for it. But yeah, Chiefs done. Not worried about that. And then the only team I'm really worried about then moving into the playoffs is going to be Bills. I think the Bills are going to be the one team to worry about. I don't know, the Patriots. I'm wondering how we would handle them. But I just a little more the Bills. But we beat the Bills last year and actually played them in the playoffs, and we're up early on, but then they kind of put us away pretty bad. I think pretty bad, but anyway. Here's that move to 6:30 for NBY. Getting a little burst here, still moving right there at the start of Power Hour. So there goes NBY. Nice, good burst there. We'll go back to past yard history and try to find some better lines. But this is that year. This is kind of one of those years where the Chiefs are finally dying off and are done. I think the dynasty needs to be reset, as I talked about. Mahomes needs to start staying in the pocket and stop extending plays. They need to get a run game. I don't think they're going to be I don't think their dominacy and then kind of coming back and trying to be like the Patriots. I just don't see that happening. And they just were. That's just a one. We were lucky to get, and they were lucky to get the Chiefs were, as long as they did. And then they get the Taylor Swift factor in, then the refs and the money and the league start seeing that, and the ratings are up, and so calls were going their way. Let's not be lying. We know calls were going their way. We'll go with those levels as of right now. I'll put one more small one in anyway, but I think so. So really, to me, this is kind of now where the NFL gets a little bit reset, and like who on the NFC am I worried about? Well, we beat the Eagles. Not that we could face them again and lose, sure, but we've shown that we can play with them and beat them. Same thing with the Packers. They're up there good. There's not a lot of teams that scare me, is my point. I'm not like, oh boy, what are we going to do? There for a while, as in with Brady and the Chiefs. When the Broncos even did get good, I knew we had to contend with Brady and the Chiefs, or Brady and the Pats and the Patriots. Like every year, like when we had Manny, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. I was like, fuck, we still got to play those motherfuckers. Like, you knew you had someone, and the only one that I feel that way in the AFC is the Bills and Josh Allen. But they are always kind of like hit or miss. They're not that obviously at all of what, because that's what Mahomes and the Chiefs were, and that was the team where you're like, oh boy, we got to play these guys. And now I'm kind of like, and I said that in the Super Bowl. I said this all year. I said that in the Super Bowl, where I was like, this team is just, I can tell they're losing it. This team isn't what it used to be. They're getting older. Too many hits. See, I'm not into sports too much, but Kane's all the way. I'll go 5, baby. I love sports too much. I love sport. That's funny. I love sports, man. I love some sports for sure. Love it. I love tennis. Even watching, volleyball or track. Of course, the Olympics gets fun. I think most people can agree. The Olympics is kind of cool and fun to watch and root for. But yeah, just love. Even watching Tiger back in the day. I got into golf so much. Don't really watch it anymore. Yeah, I love it all though. I love, even the Indy, the F1 racing and kind of that shit. So definitely football is my favorite, and then basketball, but I don't watch NBA anymore. NBA's trash. And most agree on that too. I'd rather watch a hockey game anymore, but football for me, college especially, and so don't watch a lot of sports after February for the most part. Don't watch a lot of sports. Hit UFC here and there and fights and like tonight. Oh, the big one tonight. Well, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah. Jake Paul versus Josh. I mean, okay. Let's just be for real. King Lion, if you're around. Elise. Ingrid, if you're still around. Moali. if these two were fighting, let's just pull up this right here. This is stupid. If these two had a real fight and there was no contract that this guy had to sign, this guy who was an absolute monster would destroy Jake Paul. Like, it'd probably be like a first round knockout. I mean, maybe he gets past the first round, maybe. But let me just show you what this guy did. Let's just go back to some. Look at this. Just look at this. Here, look at this. This is nuts. Where's it at here? I mean, and then the one that just kills them all. I mean, then this one. I mean, regardless, it just shows you the power. And this guy was in UFC. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. You can tell he's pretty big, right? He's about the same size. And look at that. Bam! I mean, just boom. And it's so easy and effortless. You can just see how these punches come out. I mean, they're just like rockets. You know, he's just keeping them off, finning with that jab, finning with the jab. He's waiting to rock it with that right arm. Look, watch. He's waiting to rock it with that right arm. He's just waiting. A couple more jabs here, probably. Oh, that's the end of the round. All right, it's the end of the round. I mean, he's just setting them up. Oh, now some. Oh man, it'd be over. It'd be over. Oh, it'd be over. Let's see here, Let's see here. Dolphins also. Oh, the Dolphins. Yeah. That Miami area. Just. I've said that though. I was talking to one of the guys that do that's Hamilton. That's in chat. I was talking to Hamilton the other day. He's in New York. We're talking about Giants earlier. It's just crazy how over the last, since especially 2000, you think about the metroplexes that have a lot of population don't win. New York, LA is the only one, but you think Chicago, New York, Miami, Dallas, Houston. Those areas always used to win or win a lot back in the day, you know. Now they're never winning. Never winning. Houston, I guess, in baseball is. Cheating bastards. Let's see, literally as well. Oh, for sure. Well, you know what they should do? I don't know why they don't. I don't know how. Okay. They're going to make money. Do you know how much more money they would make? And here's what I would say. Don't do it right out of the gate. No one wants a boxing match, and the ones that lasted back in the day, you'd pay for a fight, and it'd be a first round knockout. Let them toy with him for 2, 3, 4 rounds. And then in the 5th round, and then have him turn it on. Like, have him play around, but then have him, like, actually box. And say, knock him out, you know, and maybe Jake couldn't go wrestle WWE style, and they can kind of play in that round more so in all the rounds, right? And say, here's what we're going to do that round, and here's how you're going to hit me. And I'm going to let you hit me, and you're going to knock me the hell out, and that's fine. Do you know how much more money that would bring for a Paul, whatever, and then they do it again, round 2? Or, you know, do they going to have a second fight? And how much more money the second fight would get, right? Because then you got to see Jake Paul finally get rocked the fuck out, and you're like, oh, fuck yeah. And then Anthony Joshua wins, and they're like, you know, and then Jake Paul's like, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to get you next time. You know how much more money than the second fight makes than the first fight? I'm like, why don't you lose once? That's what, like, you go back to wrestling, that's where when all of a sudden Hogan would lose the belt, or whoever would lose the belt. Even though you knew, they're going to win. It doesn't matter who it is. Hogan's going to win again. And then, he lost. He fucking finally... The shock value, right? The shock value would be huge. Everyone would be like, what the fuck? He knocked him out. He fucking did it. We were waiting on that whole Tyson fight. I didn't pay for it. I'd get that shit for free, but you get my point. It's on Netflix anyway, so I guess we get to watch it if we have Netflix. But anyway, it would be awesome though. Hey, how about right into our area? Though, team? Look at that. Put the upper shadow in, or put the lines in right there. Found it 630, 650, 660 area. But yeah, that'd be great. Am I not right though? At least King Lion. Wouldn't you be interested and love that if that happened? Let him go 5, 6 rounds, 5, 6, 7th round. Just let him finally go off and tee him up. You would be like, everyone would be like, yes. And then it would build up for a second one. I just like boxing. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love the because Jermaine Taylor. That's what the boxing gloves. Y'all can see the boxing gloves, right? Yeah. Where are we at? Right there. Those are signed by Jermaine Taylor. Jermaine Taylor ended one of the best, longest boxing runs of all time. Bernard Hopkins had I think it was a record. Bernard Hopkins record. 20 straight title defenses. What was that or something? Yeah, look. Yeah, see, look. Check this out. Yes, Bernard Hopkins holds the record for most consecutive middleweight title defenses with 20. 20. Achieved over a decade. And then it was finally, and that's cool. Then Golovkin, but never passed it. So 20 straight. And you know who beat him? You know who beat him? Jermaine Taylor, twice in a row. And I'm kind of getting goosebumps on my legs there. Beat him twice in a row. Is that not crazy though? 20 straight title defenses. And then Jermaine Taylor beat him twice in a row to beat him and get he was undisputed. He had all the middleweight belts on Jermaine Taylor. Well, first he had them. And Taylor beat him and then beat him again in the rematch. It was so dope. So I was of course, as a guy, you would watch stuff back in the day, like the Tyson stuff. I was never really into it, and really that in UFC. But there are some people that have caught my eye for whatever reason. Like obviously Jermaine Taylor's from Little Rock. Really loved Arkansas. Would have like a hog or a razorback on his belt. I don't know if you ever remember. I mean, he was huge. He had a beautiful wife that played for and went to the WNBA. Very talented. He just let fame. Point being, he'd be like in Fayetteville, University of Arkansas, like out on Dixon Street, where you go out and party, and would be getting drunk and hitting on girls and stuff. Trunks, Arkansas. We'll go Arkansas. But yeah, here we go. So here's what he'd always be wearing when like in his titles. Like you can see the Arkansas. Where is that? Right there. See, there he is, and that's his title defense against B-Hop when he beat B-Hop for the second time. Here's him in another fight right there. You know, so he was always supporting Arkansas and the Razorbacks, which was really, really cool. Here he is looking like he knocked down Bernard Hopkins right there. Oh, that's the first title fight. He was in his prime. Jermaine was like the next. He wasn't. They compared him to Roy Jones Jr. He wasn't that good, but he was a lot like Roy. Really quick, really fast, and he had his punch stronger than Roy. If he hits you with his right, he gonna knock you out. Like that's the one. If he hits you with that straight right, he would knock you down and out. And he just let fame get to him, and then anyway, but he got undisputed. But let fame get to him. But yeah, when he was young gun right here in his prime right there, you can tell that young face. Oh, he was good, really good. So I can't even watch the U.S. Olympic. Oh, yeah, it's all good. Men beating on. Oh, that's funny, at least. It's just the thing about boxing versus UFC is it's more technical, right? They have the gloves on. They're trying to be technical, and it's like a chess match for a lot of them. They'd word it that way, like a professional boxers or trainers, or people that break down, like, you know, sports analysts like myself that break it down. It's more like a technical, you know, technician, right? You got to be a good chess player, you know. You're waiting, and that's why what's his face is so good. He's not like he's strong. It's just Floyd Mayweather is probably one of the most technical fighters of all time because no one can hit him. He's so quick and fast, and so he makes you miss, and then he just wants to counteract and get a point, right? So that it's kind of like a point system where, you know, if you go watch one of his fights, there's not a lot of blood, or it's not like it's there. A lot of physicality a lot of the time. It's make you miss punch, point for me, you know. Yeah. Now there is the gruesome side of it where the heavyweights and some of the guys, like you watch Rocky, and they're just beating the hell out of each other, like I was kind of just showing you. But the lighter weight guys, usually it's because they're not strong enough to knock each other out because they're just not strong usually most of the time, unless they hit them right on the temple, right, or hit them right on that sweet spot. It's usually just it's a point system, you know, and so that's what they're always usually looking at, you know, for the judges on the ring on the outside. You know, of course, yeah, you get knocked down and you're blah blah blah, and you know you're winning the fight or something like that, but usually for those smaller guys in a lot of the fights, and a lot of, you know, like even some of Jermaine Taylor's fights, you know, where he didn't knock the guy out or down, it's just, which that's how it was with those Bernard Hopkins fights. It was back and forth. Okay, Bernard kind of won that round with a few more extra hits and got Jermaine a little bit better. Oh, Jermaine's back and got more tags this time, and you know, and Bernard was missing wildly, and he was throwing stupid punches or wild punches, you know. Yeah, you think of Mike Tyson's of the world or whatever, and you go, that's why I didn't like UFC at first, because it was just like, but I do like some of the technicality side of it, and watching some of them that are, you know, really good at what they do. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Trust me. I'm like me and shooting the bird like I was talking about yesterday, you know. And I was like, I didn't mean to kill a bird. I mean to shoot at it. I didn't really think about I was gonna kill it, you know. Like I'm not obviously don't really like that at all for sure. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So yeah, hey, if there was ever a time, that's a little probably too gruesome. There's a good movie called Undisputed that's about boxing, and it's a good movie. It's got Wesley Snipes in it. But yeah, I was trying to think of one that maybe you could watch that you're like, oh, okay, I'll get it a little bit more now. But yeah, especially old school times, girl, when they wore heavier gloves so you didn't really hurt each other. You know, of course you wear lighter gloves, you're going to then really probably cause harm. But the old school term, especially Olympics, when you watch Olympics, like when Jermaine Taylor, I think, won bronze in the Olympics, you're really very rarely knocking them out. That's what it really is early on, especially back in the day. Is like it's a point system where it's all about, you know, especially you imagine those guys, you know, when they're like, you know, like, I don't know, I'm just thinking like British or like, you know, someone like, you know, doing the old school like goofy style boxing. But that was really what it was. It's almost like fencing, you know, when they're like, you know, with the little sword and that called fencing, right? When they're like, I got you, you know, and they're wearing the metal stuff. It's kind of like that, where you're kind of playing chess with the other person and trying to, you know, use your technical side to be better. And of course, yeah, like I said, you get to the bigger, heavier weight guys are just bigger, and there's gonna be brutality with it, you know, with the, you know, those guys. But yeah, it's more so about like any sport, playing chess with the other side, playing offense, playing defense. What I used to love USC. Them boys go, oh yeah, go at it. Oh yeah. Let's see, have them soften by having... Oh, no, I just don't watch that much King Lion. I just don't watch you. I'm not big into brutality, obviously, and I don't think Avery is really either. We've watched some throughout the years. We got into Holly Holm, you know, we both think she's pretty, whatever, so we'd watch, like, Holly Holm here and there and cheer for her, or I like John Jones, he's been fun to watch, or there's been some guys throughout, you know, some girls or guys throughout the years that I like to watch. I was not a fan of Ronda Rousey and her attitude, and when Holly Holm knocked her head off, I fell in love with Holly Holm. I was like, oh, this girl is awesome. So that was kind of fun, and we'd watch her here and there, but never really got into it that much. Even like the football side of things, you know, it's cool to see a big hit every once in a while in the field and collision, but yeah, you know, I'm like, you know, I'd just rather see a normal game, you know, I don't really care about the big hits. But that's where, you know, especially like NASCAR, a lot of rednecks and Southerners, even people that love NASCAR racing, they're just waiting for that one big. They just can't wait for it. Yes, they may have someone they like, but boy, they just love and can't wait for that one. Oh yeah, you know. I'm like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see carnage. I want to see a good, solid, like a setup. I don't want to see carnage. Well, where's that one play from earlier? I want to see a beautiful, right here, MBY. I want to see a nice, technically sound, staircasing up, high or low patterns, old resistance, new support, old resistance, on-pass charting, what we went and found is working out. You know, I don't want to see fucking seesaw toilet shit. You maybe help me understand why a family friend tried USC in the 50s. Got a tall, scrawny guy. He lasted 2 years. I think he just wanted... Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've even told Avery that too. But, I mean, yeah, that's what... Hey, it's a whole different thing when it comes to that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I love it. Love all sports. Like I said, I've given them all a try, whether it's soccer and Avery, and she was a soccer player, and then I got into watching it more with her, especially when the women's were so good, and of course they're probably still good. But the U.S. Olympics, you know, we always watch that, or if there was a World Cup for the women's. But tennis I'd get into and watch it here and there a little bit. But any sport can either have its annoying or bad side. Avery says you need to try my dip, so obviously I guess Avery made a really good dip I need to try. Oh, it's your baby. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. King Lion, I feel it, but yeah, no, I like it though. I mean, there are times, trust me, you better believe when Jermaine Taylor was wailing away and then knocking some dude out, or you know, Holly Holm and blah blah, or saying, you know, whoever. I'm like, yeah, fuck, you know, I would be like, yeah. I mean, same thing when like big play like in sports, or I say sports, but big play like in football, or watching the Razorbacks and we get a fast break and get the dunk or whatever, you know, yeah, like the same sort of. That emotional surge comes out of me, and I'm like, even though you're seeing someone getting beat up, you're like, yeah, beat that fucking ass, right? But anyway, and the main thing, especially with Jermaine Taylor in boxing, which I always would watch, and it was entertaining. I didn't even like Roy Jones Jr., and there were some other guys, you know, I'd still like to watch them fight. But yeah, Jermaine, of course, being from Little Rock and yada yada yada, and yeah, that was, you can't help but cheer for your hog, so to speak, and be like, you know, even though you're hoping he beats someone up, or at least technically wins the fight, but really, because you're always like, You like in a football game, we're watching the Hogs. You want to win you want to beat them. You just want to blow them out. You don't want to be in a nail-biting game. And like you're in a nail-biting trade and you've been clenching your butt for 3 hours and a heart attack and you're sweating and yelling and fucking cussing. And then finally you get the win 3 hours later and you're like, oh, fuck, fine. About like every Broncos game this year is my point. I would rather third, fourth quarter, I can just be like, yeah. Or let's get the KO in the second or third round. Just knock him out, Jermaine. Just knock him out in this fight, over with. All right, I'm out of here, team. I'll get the jams back going for you guys. See you back on Money Monday. Don't forget, all the links out there for myself. I'll put them out there again for TTP, my Instagram, YouTube, the Holiday BOGO sale. This is on Monday. Do not forget the Trader Prep live event. You guys should all be signed up and at least join for when I'm live and see what's good after that, because there's 2 million in prizes that they'll be giving away. This is an all-day affair here, and of course, huge sale, which I'll tell you about the sale that they're doing on Monday. When I go live that morning, we're talking huge. You thought Black Friday, Cyber Monday, 15% off was big? Well, you might double it, maybe even triple it. All right. Yeah, you heard me say triple. All right. I will be live, though, at 11:10 Eastern on Monday. I'll talk about it and tease it on Monday, but again, let me copy and paste this, and I'll put this over in a chat. I think most of you are signed up. I got some L here in my hair, or in my mouth. Bada boom, bada bing. And then here is my Instagram and YouTube. Better be following me, better subscribe. A lot of good information out on both of these. Of course, I always just pretty much what I copy and paste, what I post on YouTube is what I post on Instagrammies. And last but not least, my holiday BOGO sale. Take advantage. Take advantage. This music is just like getting me in a holiday spirit groove, if you know what I'm saying. Lost boys, lost girls. Yeah. I'll be rooting for you tonight. My dad loved them growing up. They lived there for a while in Bama. I'll be rooting for Bama tonight. Never have liked a Big 12 team, so I ain't rooting for no Oklahoma. I'm not. Well, if Oklahoma's playing another team, you know, I'm like, okay, SEC, like Texas. Fuck Texas, I hate them, but I'd be like, oh, go Texas, beat Ohio State, right? I guess. But yeah, Bama is the SEC, obviously. So go fucking Bama. So that means tomorrow, oi, Aussie chick, I expect you to put it on CBS at 2 p.m. in the afternoon and watch my Razorbacks play the Houston Cougars and root for my basketball team. It's fun. They play up and down. They scored 108 points. Yeah. College basketball team, they only have 40 minutes to play. They scored 108 points. That's damn near what, 3 points a minute, 2.5 points a minute. That's pointsing it up. Got it. So I need your help on. I get you tonight, you get me tomorrow, and then everybody on Sunday root for the Broncos over the Jags. King Lion, at least everyone else out there. Have a great weekend. Get the holiday shopping done. Get ready for Money Monday giveaways. Bangarang, lost boys and girls. Bangarang, lost boys and girls. They still know that bangarang. Gosh dang.